sound? Okay, we got that sound. And we got that book, and we're doing it. It's gonna happen today. It's very exciting today, because we're gonna make a picture book today. Okay. Also, hello, welcome, welcome. I think today is like the potential last day before book. Can I even say that? Is that like a thing? So welcome, hello, 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 you writers and picture book makers. I think today is like the last day before making, like, we have a book potentially, which is kind of just wild. Okay, I'm gonna quickly just make some room, a little bit of space. I just need to do. Is anybody else the kind of person who like gets to the point where you can't take a photo until you delete a photo? Because that is a little bit of what I am doing right now. Is just one of those days. Okay, and here we have it. Now we're running. Now we're rolling. Now we're booking. Okay. All right. And here we are. Hello, hello from Pennsylvania. Hi, hi, hi. Hey, Tina. Hey, Christine. Hi, her turn. Um, it's finished the book day, I think, is what we're looking at here. So yeah, if well, you were all here yesterday, right? We have writing, we have words, we have a whole story, and I think today is the like. Well, I think today is gonna be physically type it out day, and it's gonna be physically put it all together on a 4x6 sheet of paper day, I think, as well. And then hopefully tomorrow is send it to the printer to get printed day, which would be extra wild. Um, Lots and lots and lots of decisions to make, so we're gonna square that all away. But everybody have tea? Are you well hydrated? Are you ready to do this? Um, oh, and I've also got. Maybe I should jump right in. I need to finish painting a lot of this stuff too. So we need to add in the final details on the book. We have this one sketch right here that still needs to be made, and things like this still need to be filled in. So that's kind of the last. Those are some of the last little pieces that will be happening today, but still pretty cool. Pretty cool to see it happening. All right. Now, without further ado, perhaps we read through the book so far. That sounds good. Um, and then and then yeah, I'm thinking one read through. It's really quick, and then I'm going to add in the little details that are missing. And then after that, we'll do another read through with any tiny corrections we need, and that'll be followed by typing it up and making it official. Good morning, Helen. Hope you had a good. I did have, yeah. Tonight, last night was actually great. We had some good friends over, and they like had older boys, and we have two younger boys, and they just like adore older kids. So they played super hard, slept super long. But my mind was just buzzing with all this stuff. So I don't know if I slept well, but I slept excited. Okay, so I'm just gonna open up the doc really quick. Yesterday we made a Google Doc to share, and it like, whoa. Uh, hmm. And oh, looks like some extra stuff has been added. Anyway, we have a Google Doc. It's pretty exciting stuff, and I think the plan for today is we're gonna add all the pictures by this morning, and then lunch with the chickens, and then this afternoon we're typing it up and sticking it on. It's gonna be extra wild. We still need to figure out the size too. Just floating this right now. I think the plan is to do a 4x6 as small as they can. This right here is a 5x7. So this would be that ratio of a 5x7. A 4x6 would be, let's see, I don't even know if I have any 4x6s. 4x6 is It's small. It's very small. That's a 5x7. This is a 5x7. Yeah, 4x6 is actually pretty minute. 5x7. I'm sure they could do a 5x7, and I'm sure that would be fine. Might be a bit more pricey, but it's doable. So this is a 5x7. So a 4x6 would be, let me see here. A 4x6 would look like, let's see, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, that's a 5x7. Actually, it says it's not quite a 5x7. That's concerning. So 4x6. Oh, shoot. Rulers are an inch wide, right? So that's an inch. Yeah, I think that's an inch. So 4x6 would actually be just cutting an inch off of all of this. Let's just slice that off here. When in doubt, take a sheet out. This is a little, here we go. Whoa. I've stolen one of the butter knives from the house, don't tell Eve. And so this is, usually there's one corner of these, yeah, there we go. There's one corner of a block that's undone. So this is a 5x7. If we want 4x6, I should just be able to, yeah, kind of cut an inch off. These are very approximate, but hey, what are you gonna do? I'm just gonna grab one of these, kind of eyeball in it here, and should be able to do one of those. All right, so there's 1 inch. Here's another. The other thing too is I believe everything is like pretty well ratioed, so I think like a 5x7 is basically a 4x6. We could make a 5x7, have them printed as a 4x6. Good morning, welcome, welcome. Just realized I forgot to make like a very consequential decision on like what size this is. But my plan is to have it scanned and just print directly. Just not even like, a lot of times you would scan the artwork and then you'd put the artwork on here digitally and then you'd scan this and then you put the words and you can tweak this and you have this and you scoot it over and like you can, it makes it infinitely tweakable. We don't have time to tweak. So the plan is to literally just make this once and then do the same for all 40 pages. So today, like, we're gonna print. Oh, look up. You saw some eggs? Very exciting. What are you gonna do with them? Can I come get the eggs for you? In 1 second, yes. I will get them really quick. Hold on. Let me ask the crew. Welcome, Luna. Let me ask the crew really quick, Kip. So this is a 4x6, 5x7, 4x6. Yeah, this is a 4x6. This is a 5x7. If we did a 4x6, it would look like this, plus some words, and then there'd be a little sub illustration down here as well. This is a 5x7, so it'd look like this. There'd be a lot more space in between. These are kind of the two, yeah, kind of the two options. Actually, I suppose a 5x7 would actually look more like this. This is what a 5x7 would kind of look like. Or 4x6. But yeah, it kind of depends on style. What do you think? 4x6, 5x7? Don't forget the subject of the binding margin. Oh, interesting. Have you done books before? Yeah, you're right. You're right. So that's gonna add some stuff, isn't it? Kind of like the 5x7? Okay. Let me quickly go check. Hold on, this guy said he's gonna go get some eggs. Where is he? Uh-oh, hold on, missing child. Hey, Cap. Nope, okay. He's probably fine. I'm sure things are okay. Good morning, things are looking good. I'm 5x7 too. Okay. Just turned on the subs loud in here. Ooh. Well, welcome to my deep bassy voice. Digging the 5x7 personally, 5x7, 5x7. Also, if they shrink it, the text is going to be smaller. Yeah, you're right. And I guess the 5x7, the beauty of the 5x7 is like we get this, I mean, this is just the actual typewriter words, and I feel like that's a good ratio. Like I feel like this works. Whereas this, a 4x6, we could put that same amount of text here, but like there's no room for like a little tiny other picture. Also, I've just been looking at this too much. Like, does that ever happen to you where you look at something too much and then all of a sudden like that is what it is in your mind? Like this has absolutely been one of those where I just keep on staring at it. Okay, so you're saying a 5x7? Okay, this is exciting because that means I think I have the paper, which means that I don't need to go anywhere, which means we can actually make it today. Let me see what we got here. So 5x7 would mean that we'd need, how many sheets? We need a bunch of sheets. We can work with that here, I think. Let me see. We've got lots of options here. Cold press, hot press, hot press. So these are all 5x7. We need 40 sheets though. Fabriano, is that also 5x7? Oh no, that's 6x8. Oh, tragic day. Okay, we'll figure this out. It's a nice size. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, that was monumental. Thank you. The real question is, do we hot press or cold press? But yeah, 5x7. Okay, cool. So we'll do this, and then I suppose, yeah, there'll be a bit of margin taken out for this bit, but they can always scoot that over, I'm sure. Phenomenal. Yeah, and we'll want to do hot press because grain will be kind of confusing otherwise. So let's do hot press, bright white. We'll make it happen. Neat. All right. So today, what's going to happen is I want to read through the story really quick, and then we have a bunch of little edits that need to be made here. And by edits, I mean like all of these little tiny pictures need to be added. So there's lots and lots of these, as well as a whole actual picture. So I think the plan is to add some of those in right now, get to the point where this is done, like the penguin's eye, right here still needs to be made. It's an Adelie penguin. It has a little white thing around its eye. What am I doing? And the plan is not to add any of this in post, really, just to make it. Just tuned in late, so maybe you explain the process, but for some reason I thought you would scan the pictures, words, and black and white drawings separately and put them together digitally on a page. That is definitely the smartest thing to do. Yeah, scanning all of it separately and then digitally putting it together is 100% the smartest thing to do. Unfortunately, I gave myself 2 weeks to make a picture book, which is not the smartest thing to do by any means. And so we just don't have the time, I think, to like digitally stitch it all together. So I think the plan is to like physically make this and then scan this, and it's just 40, how many? 40, let's see, that's number 35. Is that number 35? Hold on, what's going on with that? 36? 37? I definitely messed this up. 38, 39, 40. Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's go the wrong direction. Anyway, it's 44 pages as opposed to 44 times 3. So yeah, the plan is just to basically physically put it all together. It's not going to be perfect, but it will exist, and then we send that over, and then that's what they're going to create. Potentially, I might rescan and kind of tweak things later on if we need to, but for this initial printing, we're just going to physically make the book. It's going to be kind of crazy. Okay. Welcome, yours truly. Hello, hello. Max, I edited part of the story. We were stuck in Google Docs last night. Hope it helps. Oh yeah, I'll check that out for sure. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think the plan is to kind of dive headfirst into the story. Um, once we make these final little tweaks, and then when we have the story, we're just gonna physically type it up today, and then we'll be there. Okay, and the plan. FYI, the bleed margin for printing along the sides of the paper is along the side of the paper, not just the left. Yes, yes, correct. And oh no, that's true. Actually, hold on. Let me think about that. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, I'll figure that problem out after we figure these little things. Uh, perfect is a concept invented by humans, doesn't exist anywhere else. Thanks for explaining. Yep, no, perfect is not even real. And I just realized your current setup is very similar to the one of your last paintings this series, where characters are arranging the sheets of the story. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Yeah, this is definitely very similar. So, oh, and today we have to paint in, like today we have to paint in this, like all the rest. So that'll be actually very exciting. We're gonna paint in the globe right now with all of these paintings. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna literally grab all of these and we're just gonna go piece by piece and basically do the tiny edits. So we'll see like what needs to be tweaked, if anything needs to be tweaked. Um, so yeah, that will be really exciting. Also, hello Kia, welcome. Maybe call the printing company and ask what the margins they plan for. Probably excellent call. You'll need a deep margin on the binding side of each page so the artwork can be centered, as you may instinctively want the picture to go like the picture of the print. Fascinating. Huh. Yeah, I wonder if we should just like overshoot it. Okay, step one, we're just gonna go do all these little details and then we'll dive headfirst in. Okay, we got this. And I'm gonna grab out this one separately, maybe? No, we'll do it in order. And so there's all these like little things that need to be added. Potentially like noses. Do we want noses on anybody, or should we leave them how they are? Like, is that okay? Or like, I suppose like, is this okay? Like, is that level of no face all right? Or should we put noses? This is the biggest anybody is in the book. It's cute as is. I really like how they are right now. It's okay? Great. Correct answer. Because the amount of work that would take would be enormous and scary. Actually, it wouldn't take a lot of work to put a nose on anybody, but oh my gosh, is that the scary part? So terrifying. Like, just, yeah. Ooh. Not good. Okay. Here's this, and then for some reason I went sideways on this one. All right, so we're just gathering all of these up, every single page, just like that. And all right, let's put these last little details. So basically, from now until lunch, we have time to make, oh my gosh, look at that. This is gotta just that is a lot of paper. So from now until lunch, we have an opportunity to add in some tiny little details, and then post lunch, we are in the sketching phase. It's scary. Kia, is the noise? Oh, is the nose? Let's see. If the nose is, oh, it's scary. If the nose isn't in the right spot, it could be scary, like a melting face. Yep. It's so scary. Or were you talking about the faces? Facelessnesses. That would be fun. A melting face. Okay, so we are just going to scoot this down Okay, and so all of these individually, oh, let's get some water. Probably helps with the watercolor. And we'll take a little piece of tissue. This right here, this is like the emergency tissue. This is for you mess something up, the paper goes somewhere it shouldn't, and you just have to really quickly jet and just like cancel it, like melting ice cream. Okay, so let's do it. We're gonna be doing piece by piece, page by page. Okay, page number 1. Is there anything that we're missing? I don't think so. And this is kind of how we're going to do it, is like literally just sort of, yeah, just kind of page by page. So this one, I think we're good. We could potentially put a seagull or something. Maybe I'd do a tiny, tiny bird, because I like the idea of seagulls sort of running away with a page or two. So I'm going to do one of those right here. Let's put a little seagull way up in the cloud. Talk about potentially scary things. Seagulls are a fun way to add a little bit of perspective and depth. They're also a fun way to ruin a sketch. So one little seagull, 2 little seagulls. There we go. Oh yeah, sorry, you can't even see that, can you? Here we go. This is the level of, so why is that so zoomed in? My gosh. Okay, there you go. So 2 little seagulls right there. Here's this one. Okay, so we got a cat, a brush, a boy. Maybe we could use a tiny bit more shading on those legs. But we're just going to be kind of moving through this stuff pretty quick. The cover of the sketchbook would be black. So I'm going to add that in right now. Leaving a little bit of a white line, probably right in the middle there, just to have something. There we are. Cat shadows, more shadows. Yeah, if we're feeling a tiny, tiny seagull right here. Especially because I'm going to have these 2 steal the sketch later on. All right, there we go. Sketch number 2, check. Sketch number 3. Okay, we have a lot of this, pointing at the wave. That book needs to be, at least the cover, it needs to be black. And I'm going to leave room for the pages. Ta-da! What size brush do I use for details? This is, gosh, what size is this? This is a tiny one. Normally, I wouldn't use a different brush. Normally, I would just use my size 8, which is what I use for everything. This brush is actually a size, it's wiped out. It might be size 2. I don't know. These are very tiny. But like the point, like that's the thing. It's like the point on this brush versus this brush is largely the same. But this brush can just hold more water and things. These brushes are great because they can just, I feel like it's less room for error. You can't fit quite as much water, so the chances of really messing yourself up are slightly slimmer. But yeah, they also, like, yeah, most brushes kind of have a similar point, unless they're like a flat brush or something. Okay, and there's that. Kiddo's pointing at the wave. And once again, maybe very small seagull far off in the distance. Coming to get that page. Ta-da! All finished. All right, then sploosh. There we have kind of the black cover, so we're set on this case. Yeah, don't need any more. I really like how he starts the sketchbook and then rips it up himself. I think that is a lovely addition. Thank you for all the suggestions on that. Yeah, we're good here. Laces, boots, shoes. Maybe we could use laces, but probably don't need them. 1, 2, 3. There. Okay. That one's finished. All right, here's where it's going to start getting interesting. All of these pages need to be painted. So every single one of these needs to be painted. And you know what? I think we actually avoid this right now. I think we skip all of these and we come back to them once we've painted the big one. So what I'm gonna propose is we actually skip right ahead to the finish basically, and do, I think we do this. Where are we going? I think we do this one right here, followed by this one, and then we can do the rest. So this will be the part in the end of the film where all the pictures add up to one giant picture. The tiredness. So we need to outline some of this right now. Start with the scary ones, right? Okay, so right here we need a giant circle really, of the earth. I'm just gonna freehand it, I suppose. So we need that to go over, around, down. Here it would be kind of over. Okay. So there we go. So that's the big one right there. So we have our little circle. And this is white. This is so important that I don't mess that up. I am actually going to put a tiny piece of tape over top of it. Gotta go. Can't really hang out today, but I'll pop on whenever. Taking breaks from grad school homework. Oof. Good luck with that. That sounds intense, but best of luck. Thank you, Luna. Way excited to hopefully have this thing readable very soon. Because I'm actually going to put some tape over this one because it is so important that I do not get that one, because that is the one blank one. And I actually was originally not even going to put it in, like, oh, look, we're missing one right here. We'll have to add this page in, but I did paint them all in, so now my only hope is that I leave it blank and we're going to be fine. So, okay, so we have a little globe. We need to put all of the paintings in this little globe now. And that is kind of what our next stage is. Yes, Kat? Oh, yes, the eggs. I did say I was going to do that. Okay. Let me... You think the chickens already ate the eggs? I don't think chickens eat eggs. Okay, super fast. Yeah? Okay, we're gonna quickly. Kimberly wants me to go get the eggs. Here, let me just.
Are you live?
I am live. We're doing the last little details here. Go switch over to the egg getting mode. Okay, here we go. All right, be right back. We're gonna get some eggs and then.
I like that that's part of your.
He's come in several times asking for the eggs.
Painting and egg collecting.
Painting and egg collecting. It's kind of my dream job. Okay. All right, we getting them? Whoa, very nice. Hello, chickies. Oh, yeah, actually, that's true. What if it was all just the hound who's doing the laying for everybody? Okay, you looking for some eggs, Kip? That would be quite a bit tragic. Oh, and they need water too, Kip, if you want to get them some water. Hey, are you going to help me get these eggs? Kip?
Dada needs help.
You asked very nicely. Okay, we getting some eggs? Okay, it's your job to hold on to them when I hand them to you. Or do you want to get a little container for the eggs? No? Why don't you get a little pot or something? You got a one? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. All right, 7 eggs. No, I think she was doing the big ones. Yep. And I can carry the other 6. Oh wow, very helpful. Thank you. I'm glad you're here to aid in this. All right. Go ahead and do these eggs, and then back to the skitchen. I know. Frosty, little nippy.
Snippy.
Little snippy. Okay. I'm gonna put them in.
Yeah,
Oh wow, there's a jar of it.
Yeah.
Likely. Yes. Hot mic. The chicken hot mic. All right. Yeah. Are they safe with Gep? He does a lot of digging. I wouldn't trust him there.
But they need to go out.
They do. I can put them. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe.
Hey, Kippo, Mama's gonna put the baby plants out. It's really
Here.
important you don't dig in them, okay?
Wait for that egg. Okay. All right. Eggs. 7 eggs. Yes. He has. I mean, we just haven't grabbed them in a day or two, so that was mostly on me. So okay, so we have the big world right here, and then we have all the places that they go to. So let me grab all of those here. We have, and so we're gonna sketch all of those in. So we have, and they all have to make a picture of the world. So mountains, in order, we have like mountains, coral reefs, sky, penguins, trees, bees, farmers' fields, farmers' markets, cities, orcas. Okay. So all of those need to be represented in the stuff that's not ruined, hypothetically. So like the penguins one would be closer to the poles, I suppose. So that would be like here. So let's put like, yeah, a couple penguins or something. Happy birds. And this is, I'll show you how this is going to work. So like penguins, happy birds, like that. And oh yeah, it's got to look like the world too. We're just going straight for it, aren't we? Okay, here we go. So that would be mostly on ice and a little bit of blue right here. Show you that process. So, and then a little bit of blue probably. And then this part would be all black. But then this, I can then translate over. We have our little penguins right here. And it would be happy penguin right there, happy penguin right there, happy penguin right there. And I know that this would be black. You guys see, right? So there's the sketch of the thing in the place. So here's where it gets super meta, and here's why we held off doing any of that until we kind of knew what's what. So now this is black. covered in oil or penguin poop or something like that. Maybe not penguin poop. Guano, not guano. That's bat poop. Penguin poop is white for the most part. But there we go. So that right there is now the penguin sketch. All that done. And then later on, so they find it, but then later on, it's here, and it makes up a picture of the Earth. So that's how it works out. Hey BDC, welcome. We're just doing the scary like last final big picture thing right here. Okay, so here we go. Now I'm just gonna add, no, I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm gonna wait until it's kind of like a full big picture of the world and then we'll do that. Okay, so penguins, done. Mountains, not done. Let me look up a picture of the Earth. And here we go. Oop. Okay, ooh, lots of changes in the doc. Okay, we'll go over all of those here sometime soon. Okay, so I'm looking for the Earth, right? The globe. The Earth. Globe. Just misspelled globe is gobe. The gobe. Okay, so here's the Earth as you have it. I don't know, looks something like this. Let's grab one of these. Thank you. We're just going to use you as a reference. So I'm going to grab that. All right. So yeah, so it looks like there's like a lot of like kind of white on the top, and then there's some greens, and then most of it is blue. So that's kind of what we're messing with, but we need everything to work out relatively well. Okay, so here's the white on the top. What else do we have? We have the white of the hot air balloon, so let's add maybe one of those in. What would this one be? This may be a polar bear or something. I don't know what this one is. This one is okay if it's just something kind of random. It will be fixed up. And then let's see. So we kind of have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's like a bunch of main ones that could really work out for us. So let's put like a continent or something right here. So this can be a mountain, and we'll have that be blue, and then maybe this will be green or something, or lighter. So we can put a mountain like this. What am I doing here? Yeah, put a little mountain climber like that. That checks out. You want me to move it so you can see that these are so tiny in the detail front. But okay, so like right here, I have a tiny little mountain climber like that. And right on top, here they are. And then I'll put another little person climbing up that mountain right there. And then this will all be, we'll make this all work out. Okay, so tiny mountain climber right there. And then that means that this is kind of something greenish. So maybe we put some trees, some leaves or something like that. And then over here, we'll need something that goes green to blue. But that'll be kind of covered up, so we don't really need to worry about that. Okay, we'll add these in right now. And then we're going to put them into the other paintings. This is the kind of detail where it's sort of like, why are we actually doing this? But I do think in the long run, it makes sense. It adds up. It checks out. Especially for like young readers, like kids see this stuff and they soak it up. They know, so yeah, they're just like, yep, I see it. I see the picture. I see that connection. Okay, so here's our mountains. And I'll be adding in, yeah, that in a second. We got some trees. So let's put those in right now. And here's another one, and here's a third. Yeah, I might have to go right to the edge of the page too, huh? Because that is gonna get that illusion of the earth all the better. Okay, a couple more trees. And let's put some green around them. And with a little bit of white. There we go, something like that. Okay. We're going from tiny paintings to micro paintings. Like, I think now we are officially in kind of the micro painting world. We'll put some of this right here because we want this to be kind of blue, I believe. Maybe even scoot some green or something back over here with some more white. Okay, let's try that out. So this would be green. Maybe we do some flowers here. And maybe a bee. Tiny, tiny, tiny bee. Some flowers. And that'll be green, that'll be blue, that'll be white. Don't know what this is going to be. That's green though, so maybe we put like a little thing like green, and then here will be blue, and then black, and then this will be green, and then this will be blue, so maybe we'll put some fish or something in here. Did you read the book to the family yesterday? I haven't yet. No, we had kind of a wild day, but I'm hoping to this evening is the goal, because I think I'll actually have all of it. Eve is normally my kind of copy reader. As a dyslexic, your spouse I think kind of becomes sort of your reading eyes and ears a lot of times, and that is Eve. So she hasn't even gotten a chance to read it yet, which is unusual. Normally she's kind of the one, but yeah, I'm really excited to share this with her. I think she's gonna love it. I'm also a little nervous. Like, yeah, reading this to Kip is gonna be one of the more scary things I do, but it's gonna happen really soon. So that's very cool. Okay, so we got this, oh my gosh. And now I need a little bit of green. Here we are. Green, I'm gonna put it right to the edge. Same over here, a little bit of green. Here's you should be able to start to see a little bit of this start to kind of take shape. What else do I need? One of these needs to be an orca for sure. So maybe we make this one an orca. So we'll make you an orca. Oh, that's a bad orca. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Can we recover? It doesn't need to be good. It just needs to be like visible. Think we're gonna be fine, but yikes. Okay. Ooh. Not gonna zoom in on that one. Keep us updated what they say. Absolutely, I will. Yeah. This is a little bit of green kind of going in on this one now. Let's see. Trees. One of these should probably be that hot air balloon. Maybe, let's see, that's gonna be green. So coral reef, blue, 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 blue. That's a flower. I just kind of need like a couple of these recognizable, you know? So we'll do maybe white. Are we doing white flowers? What color? Do we have bees? The bees are red flowers. Okay, so that's red. So let's do a touch of red now for those flowers. There we are. And so now, like when this one, switch this over, when this one right here, these little red flowers I'm going to paint in with a bee, when this one is done, that's going to go right on that one. So you're gonna see this one first, and in the other torn pages, and then you are gonna see it. So you're gonna recognize, oh right, I recognize that, but then you are gonna see all of it together in one thing. It's a cool effect, I think. Okay, we're gonna skip this. You right there are ready to go. Let's make you blue. Light blue and dark blue, something like that. Okay, here's this one. And we're just gonna add, we've got a little fish or something like this on this front. There we are. And then we've got our kind of sketchy whale on this one right here. It works. I think we're fine. I think it's gonna be just fine. Not the best orca that I've ever sketched. That'd be a little embarrassing if it was actually even close, but it's one of the most important orcas I've ever sketched. Okay, a little bit there, just make it the right amount of darkness. Okay. So can you start to tell? Like it's start to kind of start looking like a globe a little bit. You'll see. Here, I'll add a bit of those mountain climbers in right now. We'll get them kind of a touch of blue, maybe a bit of purple. Like this. There we are. Here's some mountain climbers going up. Best orc I've seen today. Good. Keep your eyes closed, like near, you know, everything else, and let's keep it that way. Art through omission. Okay, there's the mountain climbers right here. There's our orca. Second best orca I know besides Free Willy. This is a cute orca here. It's got some character. I think it's really sweet. If not rough, it is sweet. Okay, and then these are dry now, so let's get these little bees. The bee. These tiny little bees, tiny little flowers. They're gonna have green around them as one of the continents. And I always kind of find it annoying. So like the Mercator projection is like, it's like the map that kind of puts England in the center of the map, I believe. That's like the standard map that you see a lot of times, or especially in the Western world. And I try not to do that one just rote because I feel like it distorts everything a lot. And so a lot of times I'll just kind of make up a map, and that will be my map. Just some kind of like, you don't need much. You need like the loose shape of a continent and you're fine. That's all you need. That's all, like, that's gotta be. And once you have that, you're great. Okay, so here, this needs less of that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we just need a touch of this. And start to see what you think. Okay, so there's our bees. See, it will get there. You'll see towards some point. Yeah, we're moving. Okay, yep, we're good there. We're moving, and now let's see. There's our janky orca, who I love. The hot air balloon. Let's put that in maybe over here, I'd say. Let's put the hot air balloon in like right here. We'll say it's in the sky. Oh dear, I put it in too early. Look, the ink is starting to bleed. I think I can fix it. Yeah, it's fine. We'll come in a bit hotter later on. Hello, Silas. Welcome, welcome. Today I'm making micro paintings. Paintings of paintings within paintings. We're getting a little too looking a little too inward here. But this will then mean that I can do all the rest later. It's a bit like a puzzle, right? You don't make a puzzle one piece at a time. You make a big picture and then you break it up. This is kind of the same deal. Like you don't do all this at once. Yeah, you kind of break it into pieces is the trick. Put some of this here. Yeah. This one right here, what's this? This is a big green one. Maybe this is a coral reef or something. Let's put and then let's put somebody swimming or something like that. Oh no, shoot, we've already done the coral reef. What do we have next? Oh, the farmer's field. Ooh, but we should have done that one right there. That's okay. We'll do, that can all be like leaves or something. We'll put maybe a stick here. Maybe a branch and a orange or something like that. Okay, back to a little Free Willy balloon here. Mix. Here's our balloon. Now let's get this orchid done. I feel like these are the details that like matter though, right? Like an AI book or something like that. Actually, AI books would probably get lots of good details in there. They're very effective in that way. But like this one has these tiny little details, and I feel like people pick up on that. You've got to just like find a way to kind of hide a little bit of wonder in everything you do. And sometimes it means sketching like a really janky orca. But it works. I can. Okay, we'll have a little orange here. Orange. Or as they called it for like hundreds of years, red yellow. Which is interesting because I made it by just putting red and yellow right there. Cool tiny paintings. They're getting there. They're getting there. Yeah. Little tiny micro paintings. This might be the smallest set of paintings I've ever made. I've done similar things, but they've been much bigger. All right, so there we go. There's our little stone fruit there. Let's give it even maybe a little tiny leaf. We'll come back in there with some sky and flush that out. Speaking of sky, that's now dry. Let's get our balloon in, and then I'm going to show you the top view, and we'll see if you can kind of see it yet. Hi, Kep. You coming in to paint? I think today I'm doing a little bit of these paintings. I need the desk pretty clean and unwatered. But I had a really good time painting with you last time. Did you have fun?
Yeah, but I want to do it right.
You want to do it right now? I don't think I have time to do it right now. Just for a little minute. Maybe I can set you up. Negotiations. You can put some paper on the typewriter? Not quite yet either. I think that after lunch, I'm going to set you up with that. Does that sound good? Yeah, how about after lunch we set you up with that? He's coming to make some demands. Welcome, Squatting Cat. Hello, hello. We are making microscopic paintings today. But here, wait. There's a hold your judgment. Watch this. Look at. Okay, so. Oh, you really can't see it at all yet. Okay, so very soon you're gonna start to see how all this hopefully works out. So this is like the last one, like the last pictures. So you have all of these tiny little paintings, but then as we're searching for them here, you can start to see like there's the one of the penguins with the penguins in it that you find by the penguins, and then there it is right there. So it adds up. So even on like the book front, just like the film, this is why it counts so much. So this is we'll see exactly how well this works, but this is the plan at least. It's gonna be interesting here. In just a few moments, I'm gonna add the blue to this one. I'm gonna add the black to a few of these, and we should start to see like some really interesting stuff. Let's just do it now. You ready? Here we go. All right, everybody, hold on to your butts. We need one little bit of indigo here. Just prepping. Okay, we're gonna start big. We're gonna start. Oh boy, we're doing it. Okay, here we go. Breathing, breathing, breathing. You can always redo it. Oh, but it sucks so much to redo it. Okay, we are gonna go right like this. Gonna leave a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of that right there. Really, really tiny bit, but that should be plenty. Okay, so that's a start. Here comes the next start. We're gonna be kind of scooting this like that. And there's this one. Nice. Okay, then we have this one over here. I think I went way too big on this one. I should probably find something to put in there. I'll figure it out here in a second. And here's that second one. Okay, now, can you start to see that connection? Sort of like that. Yeah? And then a bit more indigo down here. Oh boy, how does this one shake out? I think this one is sort of like this. And it shouldn't be perfect because it is like all these were polluted, so that's kind of the idea. Oh, but I probably should have done that better. Ooh, I definitely should have done that better. It's gonna be okay. That's gonna be okay. Let's see, we can still come back from that. Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yep, okay, great. Great, cool. And then this one right here would be down here. Okay, so this is gonna how it's sort of gonna all come together in that way, and then we're just gonna work backwards from it. Yeah, and so we've got fruit here, check. Gonna put some blue around it. Make sure everybody's dry, feels like it. I'm gonna put some blue around it, see how that kind of goes. Okay, and then we'll add just a little bit here and a little bit there. Go around that little leaf. And the more to the edge I get, the better that illusion is going to kind of feel. So here's like basically a piece of fruit in the sky. Right there, okay. So there's there's that one done. And then this one right here would need, this is kind of like a, you won't really see what it is, but you'll be able to imagine. Okay, and I'm missing, what am I missing? I'm missing a farmer's field. And I'm missing a, we got the hot air balloon. We've got a coral reef. We've got the mountain climbers here. Put like a little bit of purple or something there. And we've got the orca. We've got, what else are we missing here? We've got the bees. We've got, this one is pretty huge. I should probably add something there. What should that be? Penguins. It's a white, maybe a polar bear. Probably shouldn't put this next to penguins. Like anatomically, of course. Oh gosh, what are we missing here? When in doubt, skip it. Okay, here's going to be the farmer's field down here. So these are low. So we're going to put some, kind of fields like this. Maybe even put a barn or something like that in there. Here's our silo. And then we'll put that as mostly blue. Okay, and then what will we put over here? Maybe a cityscape? Yeah, we'll put like a city or something. Maybe here we'll put a city. It's going to be a lot of blue, so we'll put a little gray. Okay, we'll try that out. This has got to look so silly. I feel so nervous about this stuff, and it's like painting just like such a tiny, tiny, tiny thing. But it's, yeah, I don't know. Tiny stuff feels cozy in such a nice way. And I do think that kind of the more comfortable you can make a topic like this, the more people are probably going to look at it or think about it. And that there's something powerful that. Like if I was a baker or something, I'd probably be baking about PFAS. But I'm not. I'm a painter, so we're gonna dig into that instead. That's what you get. Okay, we have something like that. Looks good. Okay, it's happening. Yeah, check this out. Look at that. I mean, that's like, that's. Do you see? It's starting to look kind of globy. That gobe. Yeah, there's this one right there too. That's a big one that we could fill in. Maybe we put, because that'll be a little army goodness. That'll be empty. Maybe we put like, so we got the farmer's fields, we've got the penguins, we've got, where's that another good spot to hide a little sketch? Lots of thinking. Okay, right. Nope, that's still wet. Let's add this one we can add because that's, at this point, that is virtually just fully covered up. Here we are, right there, like that, and we're done on that one. Okay. And then actually the first one they find pretty early on, where is it? It's this one right here, when it's all yucky. This one right here. This could be this. We could put this there. So maybe this one is, where would it be? The contamination would be kind of up the side. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So this would be like, like a pretty field or something like that, and it'll be ruined. So here, let's put like a, I don't know if I want blue or green. Let's put a cloud and a nice field, maybe. How would I do this here? Put a flower too. That's nice. And then we'll put maybe a cloud. I'll paint in the cloud in a second. And then that'll all be ruined. And yeah. We'll get to that in 1 second. We'll start with our field down here first. Okay. Good, we'll get to that eventually. And then up here we have, let's see, so this would be going over and around. Let's put a touch of, oh, I don't know, maybe a bit of sunshine behind these mountains or these, whatever you call them, buildings. And then we'll be adding in all of that in a second. I should do all paintings this size. Look how many paintings we're about to do in the space of like 10 minutes. This is the fastest I've ever made paintings. Why bother? If these get the same idea across. A little bit in there. A touch of these flower right there. All right. And now here is dry. So let's add some of that blue and then add some of that dark black kind of pollution-y color. Okay, in just a second, you're gonna start to see this come to life. It is, trust me, it is very cool stuff. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Let's add this little bit right here. I don't know if you realize this, but this is like wildly nerve-wracking. Mostly just because this like is kind of the culmination of everything, I think. And from a painting perspective, these are very simple things. Like this is, you know, this is not the hardest thing that I've ever painted. Or most consequential maybe, but also like this kind of is the book. Like this kind of is that like this is the thing. So holy cow. Okay, so that is now dry. Let's add this coming down. Just like they do. There we go. And all we got to do is put a little bit of sky in here, figure out what that one is, and then reveal, and we're there. Oh, I definitely meant to put a cloud in there. Well, that opportunity is gone. Okay. Okay, now there's this one right here. So we have an opportunity for something kind of lighter, maybe a little bit more greens in there. What would that be? We could do all manner of things. What are some of the other sketches? Maybe we put like a, see, I'm thinking about this here while I'm sketching, probably a dangerous plan. Maybe put some big leaves or something. Oh, she had on a frog. Okay, opportunity's gone. That's okay. Some big leaves go right there. Yeah, those will still be good. Mistakes were made. Not really. Okay, right here gets to be painted in. This is mostly dark. Here we are. Just moving slowly, but here we go. Okay, right there. Okay. This flower almost dry, not quite. This is dry, so let's do this. Coming down and around. Is looking good? Okay. I'm glad you think so. It is so hard to see kind of from this angle. I feel like I'm too close. I'm too close to everything, literally and physically and emotionally, to kind of know. Okay, so here's that. It looks great. Why is the middle covered with black tape? The middle covered with black tape so that I don't accidentally paint over it. This one is like the one blank one, so I put black tape over it so I would not paint there because I have a real struggle not always painting where I'm supposed to be painting. So we have black tape there. Now we have a little bit of some green right here. I don't know exactly what I was trying to paint with this, but that's okay. This one is just sort of just one of those. And what's missing? We have right here, we need to add a bit of black, or in this case indigo. We are so close. Here we go. Just a little bit more of these. And there we go. Here, check this out. This is this camera's getting too hot. Pull that. But yeah, check this out. Right? It's kind of coming to life a little bit. And now all I kind of need to do is just add a little bit of some blue right here, and then we can pull that tape, and you'll be able to see. So with just a touch of blue and a lot of cat hair, so let's get that out of there. Come on. Oh, it's attached to the tape. Good, good. And a touch of blue. There we go. Now we're just gonna bit of indigo right down here, and we're gonna have a globe. We'll have it all. Oh man. And then what we're really gonna kind of like bring this home is when these are then painted into other places. So like next, I'll paint a bunch of these here, just scattered around. Doesn't matter quite as much because we kind of know what they are. But you can see there's the penguins right there. There's the penguins right here, right there. See, there's that page. There's that page. So those connections are what make them really strong. The sketchy orca, there's that sketchy orca, but then we'll paint it same kind of shape right there, and it will be, I don't know. I think, yeah, this is how I do a lot of like the film side of things. Like I'll have film things where it's like I'll tear all the pages up and then they make a big picture. But basically I'll make the big picture first and then figure out what needs to be painted there. Lots of overthinking and underthinking and not thinking, but sometimes it turns out really, really cool. And it's enough of a pull for me to put all the effort into these little things. Okay, so that is it right there. Here we have the big picture. Minus, of course, get out of there, minus this one little piece. So you can kind of see we're missing something. Let's put a tiny shadow there. That should kind of highlight that. Okay. Talk about nerve-wracking. Okay, so we'll put a little shadow right there. And then to keep the illusion, we'll put a little shadow over here too. That might have been too much of a shadow. Let's just, there we go, perfect. Toilet paper, I'm telling you, most useful things. Okay, so there we go, right? Okay, I'll take your claps. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is now the big picture. Oh my gosh, look at the texture too within it. Got a little bit of the shadows below. Yes. So this is now the big picture right here. So now we've got to go repeat this all over the place. So the penguins are good. This penguin now has its connection point. This, oh, that one's big. I don't know if I want to do that one. This right here. This one needs what it is. So little tiny flower, and a bee. Just like that. And we'll sketch that in one moment. And now, let's see, the farm. And that's yeah, we'll just kind of basically put a strike through that. Do that in 1 second. And then the trees is kind of a slightly tougher one, but because it's slightly bigger. But this would be one where we have trees, and we'll add some little things down here. So we'll put a bunch of these through as well. So I'm just letting the ink dry just one moment, and now here, watch this. So this flower, I just need to match it to that shape. They're tiny, but they are powerful. Okay, so once those dry, and then the other thing too that's really important is to make sure I get the black lines in the same spots. That way it looks the same. Awesome job. Love your creativity and ability to bring your vision to life. Oof, well, we'll see. I mean, we have this, but now we just got to we got to repeat it again and again and again and again. But I think we can within pre-lunch. That's kind of the goal. So, okay, that one's there. Now here comes this one right here. And add my trees first, and I'll add my background around it. Basically, I just created thumbnails for the sketch that I was working on. And then here is the farmer's one, which the farmer's has kind of it's kind of mostly blue, so we'll put a little bit of blue in there. And I'll put a big black splotch right there. We'll put some blue on this one too. And what am I working on here? Let's do the orca next. Oh, the orca. So that one, all it needs to be is just kind of a shape. Because you're not going to see much of it, and that's okay. In fact, that might be enough too, because I don't want it to be too, yeah, that one's done now too. All right, orca, check. The cityscape right here. We got kind of city like that. And then it gets cut off by that pollution. Jump into that once it's dry. I'm bouncing between really right now. Here's our bees, which you can see, the bees. We need green, and then just a touch of blue on the side. Mostly green right here. So you're seeing the thing in the space. And then just a touch of blue on the side. And I'm leaving a bit of a white border because there's so much green and blue in this, you would be lost otherwise. Touch of blue on the side. There we go. That one's done. So you see, you'll see this one first, and then you'll see this one, and you'll recognize. I want a book that you flip through, you know, but like not just one way, you flip back, or you immediately have to reread it. That's how it sticks. Okay, back here we have the farmer in the dell, but in this case, the farmer and the slightly blacked out painting. There's that one. There's that one. Done. And then we have our trees right here. They've got to look kind of like those trees. Oh boy, I feel like the sick relief. Have you felt that? Where it's like you didn't realize how nervous you were for something, and then all of a sudden it's like over a little bit. That is how I feel right now. That is so funny to do that while making a tiny painting. Like I've done so many like scary, huge paintings where it's like if I mess this up, the painting's gone forever. But for some reason, this feels like massively scary. But I think we're through it, so this is great. So got a little bit here, a little bit there, and we'll add some little pieces in there in just a second. Now maybe I'll put a couple in now. But here's our trees. All right, coming back in through on this side. How's everybody's Wednesday going, by the way? I woke up and it felt like Monday. So I don't know if that's like strictly my life and or Alaska, but I feel like those things often so connect to the rest of the world. Here's our city right here. Nice to finally see how the pics are all woven into each other. Awesome work. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it's this weird mix of doing things beforehand and afterwards and to the side and all of that, but it can work sometimes, which is nice. There's this one. We'll add a touch later to that. And then for this one, we'll add some darker blues. I will say though, I love this. This is really fun. The mountains are taunting me right now. They're gorgeous. It's a beautiful day. We are going to finish this book. I'm glad to finish this book. I am inside. I am also very excited that this book is almost done. I do not regret that there's not too much more of this book to finish. Okay, there's our page right there. That one is done. Wednesday's been good? Oh, good. Okay. I am glad. I'm just going to put a little bit more of some of that darkness right here as a shadow. Just so it stands out a little bit more. All right, so we got this. A bit of a dark streak on this side. There's that page done. This page just needs a touch of blue. And done. Yeah, it's been a good Wednesday. It's like the kind of a week where there's so much that needs to be done that every day that goes by is like, oh, that was packed. But then it's like, oh, it should have been more packed. Or like, oh no, it can't be Wednesday already because there's too much that has to be done in those days. But the beauty is like by the end of the week, whatever is done, and there's nothing I can do about it. But I'm definitely feeling that. Okay, right here is where we have this one. So we need a picture. Let's see. So if it would be like this. So what it would be. So we have this right here is this right here. So I'm actually gonna pencil this one out because it's pretty huge. So let's put a little flower right there. Put some blades of grass like this. And then we're gonna have all of this be relatively yuck. So you can kind of tell that it's sort of bleeding in. So this right here shows the kind of connection between pollution and the black spaces, which become the earth. So you can kind of see that it wasn't always this way. It kind of started, and we're just gonna let that kind of go like this. Yeah, and kind of be mixed up. Okay. It's a little bit like, instead of writing a research paper and referencing things, it's a little bit like making the references that you're going to reference in your research paper. I'm gonna hold off just for 1 second because I need that dry. Maybe I can do that with paper. Does that work with pens? Yeah, we're good. I think pens take just fractions of seconds to dry, but I think I'm sometimes even more impatient than that, where I don't even give them fractions of seconds to dry. It's like, come on, let's go. Okay, right here. There's our kind of nice little page. And then we'll ruin it some more. So then this one, we start to see how it all goes together. So that's that. And then right here, we're gonna do the holding of the page where you can kind of see that grossness of the pollution, which is kind of our PFAS tie-in, if that makes any sense. Okay, yes, so that's where that's going. Okay, that goes there, goes there, goes there. Great. I can't believe how like the big books must be so complex. We're gonna get a tiny little picture book in a tiny little way, but like I can't imagine the people who do like the really big ones, you know. That's got to be just wild. The processes must be so much work. Okay, so right here, we're now going to add in, because I need this, you can kind of see right here, well, it's actually small, right here, you can see that little piece needs to exist, so we're going to add that in right now. Just kind of moving across in a most yucky way. There we are. Might even add a little bit of a border so you can kind of see. That's the page. Okay, so there's that. And now the next piece is going to be actually just painting this thing in. So we'll sketch it out here. Let's see, where's our last page? I feel like that gives some of the best examples. Out there. These are all done. There we go. And then that last page gets filled in, which is this. So we'll have I'll need a similar view of that. Okay, so we're gonna do one like this. And just going around. Arms are right here. Same deal on this side. And then what does it look like again? It looks like right here, your family, the family photo. We got it all. A little bit of everybody. Sort of. I don't know. I feel like everybody can be kind of represented in here. Are you feeling more like a bear or a beekeeper today? What's what's your how's today feel? Okay, and right here we have a little bit of the flower right here, followed by a little string right there, and then this right here is just all polluted. So that's gonna be, oh, we're loose sketchbook. Oh, I should do. Well, so this right here is the polluted piece. So this is, we're adding the extra, we're adding the extra page here. So this right here is the big version of that. So you can kind of see it and see how kind of polluted it is. Okay, now we're just gonna dive in. Fingers, the hardest things. Let's see, thumbs look like this. They have thumbnails. We're just gonna go for it, and here we are. One thumb coming up. How does that look? Now I'm gonna do the full thumbnail because I'm feeling lazy. And then we have a jacket. There we are. Okay, there we go. I'll take it. That's a thumb. Second thumb, here we go. Oop. And right there. Okay. Got a little flower in here. Cute little flower. Adding that little piece. Got some of our grass. And then this little piece of grass. And then technically the rest of this is also exists, but we're going to show that it's like absolutely ruined. So we'll actually put some more flowers in here, I think. And maybe we'll even put let's put another flower right there. Kia, are you on Discord? I tried to find your posts, but I couldn't find anything. That's a good question. Yeah, do you do the Discord? You are wonderfully present on Twitch. I don't know if I appreciate how much, like, because I think you were like one of the first, like the first subscribers ever to like anything. I didn't even know what subscribers were at that point. But you've been following along since like since the food bank side of things, maybe even earlier, right? Not an artist. Ooh, can't be saying stuff like that. That is catnip to an art teacher. Everybody's an artist. It's okay. It's okay. But just my only ask is that you be open to it because you never know. Some people are like, I'm not an artist. And then at age 70, they're just like, let's do this. And then they make some amazing stuff and they have a ton of fun with it. So maybe just, I'm not an artist right now. Otherwise, I'll have to make it my mission to like get you into art. And that's not good for anybody. Okay, a little bit of some green right here. Adding a little tiny greenery. Right there. Earlier. Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, I very, very much appreciate it. This has been a wild journey, but you are you are steadfast, which I really appreciate. Maybe day one. That's why I ordered the tiny Trailbound colors. That's right. Good, 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 good. Okay, I'm glad you have. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to remember like the first stream we did, but I think yeah, you were like I don't remember Twitch without you. not to get all emotional. Okay, a little bit of some yellow going in here. And there we are. And I just realized I forgot to do this. Let's add one of these. Add one of these. And maybe we even skip that next little piece. Whoops. So then in the background, maybe I have that little stream. Yeah, why not have that little stream or something like that? So it'd be like going like what? It'd be like a little stream kind of moving down. Maybe it goes out this way. And there's that little black streak that just goes through it, which represents the PFAS. All that yuckiness. Okay, there we are. You should totally get into it, and if you do, post on Discord. I came from Maya watched your film before you started streaming, I think. That's probably it, huh? Yeah, because I remember she said we showed the film on Twitch, and I was like, oh, like kind of trying to remember what Twitch was. um, but yeah, I really want to make it full circle. I feel like it'd be really fun to go. I don't know if it'd be fun to like connect with Alveus or just Maya or Connor or that whole crew, but like I think it'd be really cool to go full circle someday and I feel like they put out these wonderful little sparks into the world which other people take and run with. But it'd be really fun to be able to paint it forward to them and bring a little spark back. They've tons of artists and that whole community is full of amazing people, but to do something to give back a bit of inspiration as well would be so neat. Okay, we got a little bit of some purple. Just to give a tiny bit of that. Okay, so this is the last. This is one of the last of the sketches. Let's see. We still have. This one is done. So we have this piece. I'll keep that around though, because I kind of need to know where we're going to kind of ruin this piece a little bit. Did you watch her TED? Yes. Oh my gosh, it was so good. And I was talking to Connor about it when like early, I think, because they filmed it like last, I don't know, last month or something, and then they released it. But Connor was saying it was really interesting because all of the like, yeah, like she was one of the more comfortable people out there, where everybody else is like these nervous wrecks reading off teleprompters and something, and how a streamer is just like, oh yeah, talking in front of a massive audience is just pretty normal. Like you can kind of ad lib your way through anything. There are no retakes in any of this stuff. There's no retakes in that. So I guess it was like the presence on stage was pretty cool as well. All right, we have this. Well, I'm waiting for this to dry. I'm gonna scoot that over the side. Let's work on a couple of these here. So here, I'm basically just gonna be doing these onto here, but all kind of mixed up and scattered. So I'll kind of just pick different ones and then kind of run through some of them. Yeah, she did amazing. Yeah, it's so cool. Has she made a film? I mean, Maya's like a multi-million subscriber YouTuber. Like she's definitely made a lot of content. I don't know if she's made like a film. I'd be curious what she would be interested in the realm of a film, because I feel like there's so many directions you could take that, which is kind of fun. Oh, she is special. Yep. I also like how, like I've met, not to, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. I've met a lot of personalities, let's say, like I used to work with a really big YouTube personality. Well, he wasn't YouTube, but he was just like, he was like one of those people that is like has a big opinion of themselves, does great for YouTube. Like that is kind of what you need, but was not like, oh yeah, off screen, you're a very different person than you are on screen. And I really like how Maya just sort of says it how it is. So we hung out at the Jackson Wild, is where I met her, and Connor O'Brien's the one who does a lot of the, um, I don't know, gets things together. Everybody has, you know, needs one of those people, the ones who just kind of make things happen. Um, and I just really appreciated how they were both like very much themselves, and that was really cool to see. It's like, oh yeah, yeah, authenticity is definitely something you can kind of sense, and they had it. Oh, cool. Is that the YouTube? Great. Thank you, Jen. Um, okay, so we're just adding a few of these. Let's see, we got to put our sketchy orca somewhere here. See if we can make it just as sketchy, even smaller. I hope you know that these are even, oh no, I didn't make it even sketchier. These are even smaller sketches. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, well, the beauty is the smaller we get. Okay, down it goes, and we're just gonna be missing, let's see, we'll make that one blank right there. We'll make this one just dark. We'll make this one right here just dark. And then what other ones do we want? We have the orca, we have the trees, we have the penguins, we have the flowers. We'll make this one the flowers. There we are. Watched her art streams before she founded Alveus. Oh, fun. What kind of art did? Because she was a singer, right? She was a singer pre-Alveus, I think. So you've been like the oh you followed Maya before it was cool. Pre-Winnie. Okay, a little bit of this right here. It's interesting too to like how people find their way to and from places. Like so many like Liz from I Paint Burbs was apparently, well, not was, but I don't know the history of anybody, but Jen was saying Liz from I Paint Burbs like kind of was on the gaming side pre the painting side, and like what a cool thing to kind of watch somebody's uh like evolution as they kind of move through into all these things. It's really cool. All right, there's that little beat right there. All right, now touch of the red. They've all got to be there, sort of. What else do I need? I kind of have some like blues and some weird little blobby things. That one I'm gonna leave white. I should probably put some more tape over there just so I'm not tempted. Already, I was just like, all right, let's just put a little bit of blue in there. That's the problem with the watercolors. You get really good at just like letting your hands walk free, and sometimes you don't want your hands to walk free. A little bit of blue right here for our red barn. And a touch of green right here for our little tiny flowers. We got our penguins. Give them a little bit of indigo. It's happening. Painting, singing, popping a melon with rubber bands, whatever she wanted to do. Classic. Okay, what am I missing here? Yeah, I've been kind of trying to figure out this like I don't want to say the formula because I don't think there's like a formula, but I've been trying to figure out how not to do it all. Like it seemed like there's this real issue with my mind where like I kind of jump from thing to thing to thing to thing a lot. Um, Probably has a lot to do with undiagnosed ADHD, but I jump from thing to thing to thing a lot, and I really want to like do it all, but it's like the trap. In doing it all, you end up doing none of it. So it's like, how can you kind of focus yourself, at least in like a tiny box? And my brain is such that I want to push against the box. Like even right now, I'm like physically, ooh, I could be a mime, hold on. Even now I'm like physically in a box. There we go. And I like really want to push against the box as much as I can, but like that is good because that means I'm on the edge. But if I had no box, all of a sudden like I get overextended and and don't end up doing any of the stuff that was hoped for or wanted. So I think there's this like figuring out how to put yourself in the right box and with like the rubber like the yeah, like I need to be able to do what I want but also within parameters, kind of like a kid. Like with Kip, it's like, do you want broccoli or carrots? So he gets choice, but it's like it's good choice. I also feel like that's what I'm trying to figure out here with like the streaming side. Is it's like this is so fun, but also how can we do stuff where I could make this a not prior, but like we could just like do it well instead of just fit it in. If that makes sense. Sorry, I'm probably just like waxing poetically. My brain has not fully formed many of the ideas. I think this is sort of uh, jangled a lot of the neurons. But Max, you've come a long way too. Found your videos about Alaska and your grandmother's sketches. I remember before you were live streaming, you were trying to get many subscribers on YouTube so you could live stream. I asked anyone I knew to subscribe. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. And now look at us here, live streaming because of you. So this is your fault, actually. Hold on. Make it a viable part of who and what Trailbound does. It's true. Yes, Jen. Jen and I are about to go on a 7-hour road trip twice. So send Jen positive vibes that her ears remain on her head and are not talked off by the time of this like double road trip. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's really fun stuff, and it's like you need subscribers to stream on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube you need like a certain amount of subscribers to stream. I think partially because people have done terrible things live on YouTube, and they basically like want to make sure you're a real person. Which at first I was like really annoyed by. I think you need 1,000 subscribers to stream on YouTube. And at first I was like, come on, and then I was like, oh okay. It is weird. It is a little weird, but I still feel like a lot of it not gets fit in, but like people don't understand. At least in the business world, they don't understand. They don't understand live streaming because it's messy and squishy and kind of confusing, and like it's so much that could go wrong, but in the same way, because of that, it's so authentic and organic and real. Um, so there's kind of like a lot of managing up to be like, hey, this is really cool. Like we should do this, but I also don't want to fake it. Like I don't want to be like today is an ad for this person. I want it to be real and good. So there's like all this really funny. It sounds like a lot of good time in the IRL streams. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool ways to move forward and actually I don't know if he's gonna see this, so maybe we can. All right, how many of us are there? 22, 8 on YouTube. All right, there's 30 of us. Can I share what happened last night and then nobody can talk about it? Except for within this group. I need a verbal confirmation from you all. Oh, wait. Or maybe at least like 2 of you. And then I can explain why my mind is kind of spinning. All right. Kia's lips are okay. Wintry squid. Hello. Hello, wintry squid. Okay. Just for the record, lip sealed. All right. Yes. Especially you, wintry squid. Okay. So, does anybody know the channel The Outdoor Boys? It's a guy who does like outdoor camping, often with his sons, outdoors in Alaska in particular. Oh, gotta make a YouTube promise too. Okay, yeah, YouTube. This is especially you. I have only Twitch promises. I will hold. I will hold until I get one YouTube promise not to say anything. There's 8 of you. It'll only take one. Actually, the YouTube one is the one I need to worry about. You do not. You do not know the Outdoor Boys? Okay, that's all right. Yeah, well, his name is Luke. He has like 19 million subscribers. He recently left YouTube. Like he retired. He did like some of the most popular videos. Once there was a contest of like the most popular YouTuber out there. So it was Mr. Beast and like him, this guy, and he got second to Mr. Beast, I believe, is the most popular YouTuber because he just makes sweet, like they're very authentic, sweet, nice videos. Anyway, I was painting in Alaska. We have a fun little painting group, and he and his wife show up to it because she's a watercolorist. And like this is somebody who I know through YouTube. It's like when I click on his videos, I don't search him out, but like they just make me happy. It's a nice thing. He's very good at what he does, and they came to this watercolor group, and he is so like they're just so cool, but also uh, like they're just so kind. He recently retired from YouTube because it went so well, and then I was like asking him some questions. He said, "Hey, you're free to pick my brain anytime. I'm retired. I got some." Oh, not the Beast guy, not Mr. Beast. This is Luke, the Outdoor Boys. But yeah, so they came over for dinner, and like they were so they were so they were so nice. They were so real. Like they were just like such arguably the most famous people I've ever met from an internet standpoint, but they're so understanding and so kind and freely shared so much information about like how to, how you can like do this. You can intentionally, you can do this stuff. You can like actually, you can make a difference, but you can also not go nuts and like them as an example too. Like they're hyper famous, but they're also, you know, they put themselves first and they did really cool stuff. So so all like and he was just so generous with like sharing information about how it all kind of happened and went down and all of these pieces. And it's just like gotten me thinking of like, oh my gosh, right. There's like basically what he did is he just didn't spread himself thin. Like they didn't do merchandise, they didn't do like any of this stuff. And he just like focused on one or two things and they went really well, which is maybe not like the best thing. Like taking advice from somebody like that who is 20 million subscribers or something is a little bit like taking financial advice from a lottery winner. They're going to say things because it worked out well for them, but that is not always the case for everybody else. And but it was super helpful, and just seeing like the power of what happens when you trust in yourself and you trust in your community, and made me realize like, oh my gosh, I don't always trust in myself. And to Jen's credit and Eve's credit and like my parents, yeah, and probably frankly like probably this crew's credit, I think I don't trust myself in what I do. And Jen is always just like, you should trust yourself in this community. Even right now is probably like, you should trust yourself in this community. And I don't always, because it's like, oh, I need like a brand, or I need somebody with credibility to say this is worthy and this is important. But it was cool to like have a real life example being like, yep, just trust myself and what I could do and this community, and they pulled it off. And like when I look back at it, it's like this is, here's like we have examples of this too. Like even right now, trusted Keen, trusted this community, trusted the process. We have a children's book like steps away. We did a children's book in 2 weeks. And that is like maybe intentional, maybe unintentional, but I probably wouldn't have trusted myself to do that, but I now trust this community to do that. And yeah, it's like it's really fascinating just how we trip ourselves up. Like we are the ones that will trip ourselves up. It's not anybody else. It's like this fear that we're gonna fall with watercolor too, right? Like, oh, what if it turns out badly? I better just not do it. And it's this fear that we're gonna fall, And that's why we stick sticks in our own bike's handlebars, is like, or our own bike's spokes. It's like we're worried we're gonna trip, so we trip first so that we don't trip. But you're still tripping. Whereas, like, okay, sure, what if you just ran for it and then didn't focus on tripping? You might trip, and then maybe it hurts even more. But like, yeah, you can just do this. You can do it, and just get out of your own way. And it was just a really, 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 really cool thing to see all of that and to feel all of that, and then also to kind of look, like, even better than that was to look at the to look back just a little bit and realize, like, we've been doing all of that too, whether on purpose or not. For Jen, probably very much on purpose. Um, but like, we have been doing that. We've been like intentionally trusting the community more and more and more and more. And in the next month or 2 or 3, I think our plan is to kind of get that apparatus that lets us trust a little bit more up and running. But yeah, that's all going through my head right now. And it's a lot of good stuff, but it is a lot. When you fall and pick yourself up, you get back on your feet. That's the other thing too. Yeah, like falling, it's like, oh my gosh, this fear of falling is like way worse than the fall. Like, I've fallen all the time, physically and literally. And it's like, oh yeah, ow. But you're fine. You're fine. It's like, oh yeah, like in the heat of the moment, you just kind of like bounce back. Not like my kiddos. Oh my gosh, they can take a hit, like clonk their head or something like that, and just like be like, "Wah," and then basically get back up and be like, I'm fine, give me a band-aid. Um, that and watercolor, actually, that's really funny. Hold on, there's an analogy there, because in so many ways, it's like I'm just trying to get back to like the feeling of doing art realistically. Like, I want to paint as freely as Kip does. That would be the dream. If I could pull that off, we're in good shape. And that's going to take me decades probably to get that free if I'm really patient and diligent at it. And in the same way, so much of like the filming and the like all of this stuff is is being willing to fall like you are, being able to, yeah, being able to fall like you're a 3-year-old. I want to paint like I'm a 2-year-old, and I want to fall like I'm a 3-year-old. I'd be unstoppable. It's also a lot easier for them because they're like way lower to the ground, but still. Okay, so here's the bird. Bird is holding the hot air balloon. Sketch like that. We'll give that 1 second to dry. Oh, and then we have, of course, this one right here as well. Okay, so we're just going to add the last little tiny pieces right in here. This one is, I'm not sure quite what this one was. We're just going to kind of fudge it just a little bit. We'll just do one of these. Okay, just shows that something is drawn on there. There's this one. And then, of course, we have to paint all of these in there too. Like, there's all of these little sketches all over the place. Okay. A little bit of red. I'll paint in the rest in a moment. And back to this one. We are almost done actually with this. This is pretty exciting. Oh, still very wet. Okay, that's gonna be what it's gonna be. Maybe we'll skip this one then. Okay. But it's also funny because Alaska is this kind of place where so many people, just assume everybody in Alaska knows each other. And so, like, a lot of times they're like, there's all these reality Alaska TV shows, like Bush People of Alaska and things. Those people we don't always know. Those are like often like people that either live in very remote places or people that don't actually live in Alaska. They're just kind of reality TV show people. And I was like, do you know this person? Do you know this person? And people are always asking with Luke, they're like, do you know Luke from the Outdoor Boys? And the answer is just like, no. Like, Alaska's huge. I don't know everybody. And then to have him and his wife just like come to a watercolor meetup and just like, oh yeah, right, never mind, of course. Of course, that's how Alaska works. I'd like to add that in all of this, from a producer perspective, is akin to a parent letting their little fall so they can find their boundaries. It's scary, but at least in our case, it's also exciting too. Yep, I'd never thought about that, Jen, but yeah, holy cow, that would be, wouldn't it? You're just Yep. But that's also how you learn, like having a little just like fall all the time and watching it again and again and again is like, yep, this is like that is just how it is done. And that is the best way. Especially because I'm feeling too like I'm getting really into this painting first and then drawing second. It's really fun for people. For people, I really like it for drawing people. And part of me is like, I should take a tutorial because there's lots of tutorials out there. A lot of times I'll do something and people will say like, oh, you should take a tutorial. Or I learned it from this tutorial, which is really cool. And I think that's a great way to do it. But I'm also realizing like my learning style is to trip all of the minds. Like how I work is by just I work by making mistakes. Like that is how I actually learn. And I could take a tutorial, but I don't think I could teach a tutorial. If somebody taught me the technique, it doesn't feel right for me to pass that on. And what I love to do is to be able to share a lot of this. So from my standpoint, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just fall face first into this one and just figure out ways to waste all the paper and have all the fun. And that's also how I kind of do business, which is not always the best idea, but I think we've done so much learning over the last 3 years, and now it's kind of like, okay, take a look back, see where we fell, straight path. Wait, you're related to Jewel? Only famous Alaskan I can think of at the moment. She's from Homer. She knows Tom Bodett. Yes, I have 1 degree of separation from Jewel, I believe. But oh, look at how you doing? Can you typewrite? Not quite right now. I need to finish this one up, and then I think we're gonna have lunch. I don't think so quite yet. I will let you typewrite in just one. Let me put a layer on something, and then maybe we can typewrite. Lawyer. Which paper? Ooh, I'll find you some paper, and then we'll typewrite. Okay. This one is a stream. I was kidding. That's pretty cool though. Is that your own book? I think that's my book. I'm pretty sure that's my book. It is small. Yeah, I have lots of small books. You do have a small book though. Do you like small books? Okay, here we go. So we have a little stream right here. Can I see which book that you grabbed? This one? Let me go check this. He still needs to paint the back page. Yeah, you're right. This one is actually one of my. Let's see if somebody wants to paint on. Can you pull on my pants? They are Carhartt, so we're gonna test the strength of the belt. Yeah, go for it. You can pull on my pants. Whoa! Wow, there's full Spider-Man swing on the pants. That is, I suppose, why they have those loops on them. You want a loop on them? Yeah, here, let me just. Having a toddler is good practice for painting outside. Okay, go for it. Some people are like, wow, how do you like paint in the wind? Or like, how do you paint on like a rocking boat or something like that? And it's like, I can paint with a 3-year-old. That is how I can do all of those things. 1 second, Kip. Okay, I'm watching out. Here, try not to hit the camera. Mm-hmm. Okay. But the reason that I was swearing you out of secrecy with the Luke side of things is they like some privacy, and I don't mean to share all the conversations. You like it? Oh, thank you. Did you just do a toot? Whoa, is that a squishy board that you're on? Mm-hmm. Okay, that one's done. Let's see, this one. Put a little something on this page. Okay, I'm watching out. Oh, please don't hit the camera. Okay. Mm-hmm. You didn't hit the camera? Good, 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 good. Okay, so now I just need a little bit right here in the form of blue. Oh my gosh, I love these little sketches. Just do it for me though. I think they're so small, but like, isn't that just so fun? I can't get that down right now. That's a rowing machine. I don't think we're gonna row. I think I need to finish these paintings really fast and then we can kind of get to it with lunch. Okay, you can swing out to me. Okay. Yep. I'll show you the paintings in one moment. Oh, you're stepping on a box? Okay. Oh, yeah, let's not grab those ones quite yet. Mm-hmm. 1 second, Kip. If the parent to little analogy continues, yeah, this is probably what it probably feels like being a producer. I am to him as probably a producer is to me. So, with that in mind, having some. Whoa, Kip, hold on. You almost hit the camera? Okay. So, okay. Just getting the last of these little sketches in, and then we're gonna, oh, that's a microphone. That's not for you. Unless you can talk into it if you want to. You can go whisper. You can have a radio station. You don't have a radio station? Nope, doesn't need to be plugged in here. Do you want to listen to Radio Kip? Okay, this is Radio Kip, brought to you by KIPR.
I can't. It's ours. Can you eat paint and wet?
Can you sing a song now? Thank you. Yeah, that's he's not talking to the mic. Here. You're talking to the mic. Here's the mic.
No, I'm not. This is the word that I say. I gotta go from that to that to that to that to that.
Okay, go for it.
But put second layer. Ready? Hosha, can you eat red and paint and sauce or no? Yes?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
I don't know. Can you sing a song now?
Okay, I'm gonna press the button. You ready? Hold on, Charlie. Hold it, Charlie. Hold on, Fuji. Hold it, just. Hold it, just. As a horse. Can you eat red and paint? No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Thank you. You've been listening to Radio Kip on every day from earlier than you expect to later than you would expect. You getting spit on it? That's okay. I think microphones you kind of are supposed to like really like you basically supposed to eat them from what I understand. No, don't eat them though. Don't actually eat them. Yeah, sorry. That was just like I heard comedians talk about basically that you're eating the microphone, but do not literally do that, please. Okay, so here we go. We've got this little kind of sludgy, yucky bits here, kind of scooting down the stream. There we have it. Okay, so we have this one kind of scooting down. We're adding a little bit of some of this in there. We'll put some little drops here or there, but this is one of the final ones. I think as far as the other little sketches go, we're basically, let's see, this one is good. This one is done. This one is done. This one and this one are done. Let's see, this one, that's finished enough. Done, done, done. What does it need to get it plugged in? Maybe when it needs to be charged. Let's see, that one is done. This one is the last page. I think this is the blank page, so we leave that one blank. There's the blank page, but we got to add a couple more of these. This one. Why do microphones die? Oh, they just run out of stuff. Oh yeah, and this one we need to do. This one we need to do. Okay, when you head inside and do that. Bye. Okay, I'll have fun with my book. I'll make all the pictures. I'll make all the book. That is the strongest way to leave a conversation. I don't care what age you are, but just standing up, announcing you have to poop, and leaving. 3-year-olds have perfected it. I think the rest of us should just take it on. Whether or not you have to go, no questions asked. It's just like, yep, there we go. Powerful moves there. Physically and literally, I think. Okay, so we're almost done with this one. We're just gonna move this a bit forward. And we'll add a little bit of blue so we can kind of just cut into this one. All right. And why don't we just add a touch more back there as well? Okay, there we go. Kind of a fun little half-finished one. Now we'll push a little bit further beyond. There we are. All right, there we go. A little bit of that, a little bit of this. Probably should have done the hands first, but there we go. I am out. Yeah, no, quite literally. Max, I can't take your call right now. I've got to go poop first. There's no, you can't argue with that, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have time. Oh, I'm sorry, I've gotta, I've gotta go, or something. Like, it is the ultimate biological excuse that everybody can relate to. Toddlers are just the only ones brave enough to, like, drop something like that. Pun vaguely intended. My son was singing a birthday message to my grandma and finished with, "Love you, I gotta go poop," and she jumped off and ran off again. Oh my gosh, that is incredible. But also fully understandable. I think we should normalize it. I'm just saying. I might not be the bravest one to start. I might not go first, but I tell you what, I would go number 2. No, I would go second. I would go. Okay, just adding a little bit of some green in here. I was thinking probably a bit of a child, but I do think, like, yeah. Like, fart jokes are like the universal funniest thing ever because it's just everybody can relate. Okay, I'm gonna reassess my side of things here before I lose all the followers and admit my level of potty humor. But I do want to paint like a 2-year-old. I want to fall like a 3-year-old, and I want to have the sense of humor and directness of a toddler. Unstoppable. That is like, yeah, that is Devil Wears Prada levels of, like, you would be just the world would be your oyster. Okay, a little bit in here. We're almost done with this kind of little stream. And then this right here is all going to be very dark, but I do need some hands in here. To quote the bear, hands. I need hands. Noted. Oh, you have unlocked a new level of producer Jen. Oh dear. And here is the little bit of water. So I often just put like a tiny bit of red, and then I'll put a little bit of water, and that kind of gives me, at least my skin tone, which is rather blotchy, red and pale. That's all right. That is, at least I can paint it. Okay, right there. And ooh, that is green coming into the hand. Told you we were gonna need some emergency side of that. Okay, now we're still cooking. We still have a couple more that we need to finish up. Got what, 13 minutes? I think we can do it. This one right here. Light a little picture right there. A little bit of blue. Call it good. Done. This one right here. Let's have Kip holding the little army of goodness. I'm just gonna sketch them out as like a bunch of little figures. So here is, you'll see right there, right there. So I'm just gonna add like a little person here, a little person there, a little person here. We'll fill them all in just a moment. That one right there, technically holding the other side so you wouldn't see. So we'll have this one done in just a moment. And then all of these, I suppose, need to be done. But these are so small, I don't think we need to worry too much about pen lines or anything like that. These ones are going to be pretty quick. We're just going to be adding little tiny pieces here and there. So like this one right up here. Let's see, where's the contrast that we can deal with? This one right here will be one of the black pages. So a lot of those kind of sky ones. This right here will be one of the blue pages. We'll put a little bit of that right here. Let's put one of the recognizable ones close by. Maybe, let's see, maybe the whale. Let's put the trees right here. So tree, tree, tree. And then maybe we put the penguins right here. Penguin, 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 and darkness. And then maybe up here, we'll just add a little bit of that blue. Maybe a little bit of green on this one. Let's put the flowers. That's one of the most recognizable ones right there. If you can't find farts funny, just decide to have the same amount of farts. Sorry, what is this quote? If you don't find farts funny, you just decided to have the same amount of farts in your life, but less joy. Yes, it's true though. It's true. I mean, in so many ways, right? Same with mistakes. Like if you don't find mistakes phenomenal, you know, or willing to like make those in front of people, you're gonna make the same amount of mistakes in your life, just with like less to show for it. The music from the short really makes the film. How did I find it? The short's music is, let's see, the film is mostly, it's mostly Audio Network, I think. I don't know. I've been like, a lot of it's royalty free, but like I try to find real music from real artists doing real stuff. So there's a couple bands in there. One is called Kuwinka, and they are a band from Bellingham who I went to school with, sort of. Like they were playing when I was in school, and so we've used them in a few films, and they're great. So I just kind of reach out to them and say, hey, this is my budget. Is that cool if I use your song? And they're often like, yep. And then the other one is, what else do we have? There's also, yeah, there's one or two songs. One song from, is there one song from Eve? I don't know. Eva's like a professional accordion player, so she's actually in a few songs and in a few albums, and we often, when I can, I try to use those because it's just cool, you know? Okay, a little bit there. Let's put some green over here because we need the contrast. Right there. Okay. Boom. Everything goes all over the place. I'm going to switch this out for this. Yep, good to go. And here comes the scary bit. We're gonna put some blue on this page. And then we're gonna rack it. And I first need to kind of figure out what is, okay, so it's this level of, this is kind of what we're looking at to try to get there. Yeah, Eva's like a very good accordion player. The problem is like our kids are not a fan of when she plays accordion, which is sort of their loss. But she plays a lot of like really cool klezmer stuff and all kinds of like the fast accordion. And I guess she's been traveling a few times, and like in Italy once, I think there's somebody who had accordion and it was really cool and she really wanted to play it, and she asked if she could play the accordion, you know, really, or, you know, is it okay if I hold it? And they must have a lot of tourists who are like, can I hold the accordion, take a picture? And that's what the person thought. And then she like played real accordion real well. And the person on the street was just like, oh, dang. Which is awesome. Okay. A little bit of this right here. And here's kind of the ruining of this sketch. So right here, you kind of have all these little moments. And by doing this early on, we kind of show how, like, where the black ink kind of comes from. Okay, right there. Okay. Let's put a little bit more in there just to kind of really show the issue. Something like that. How are we doing? That feels pretty good. I do need to make it like a perfect, kind of a perfect arc because of that kind of, there we go. And let's actually make this longer so that it does just, there we go. Okay. Ta-da! There it is. Yuck. I believe that is the text that goes below this page. Yuck. Okay, so right there we have, there we go, a little bit of shadow. We'll flush that out just a touch. And there we have it. Ooh, maybe we should add a bit of something to that flower. There we go. All right, flower, check. Oh, no. That was a ton more water than I expected. Oh, nuts. Okay, and we're good to go. Cool. So here is that. Done. Now here is this. I just have to say that this has been one of the coolest things I've witnessed, and I've loved every second of it and appreciate and letting us be a small part. Oh, thanks, BDC. Yeah, this has been a really cool, thing. Like how do I say this? This is nothing I would have done on my own. And I like a good watercolor is so fun because like a good watercolor, you don't quite know where it's going, and it ends up becoming this really cool kind of dance that you're just part of, and you learn something. Like sure, you'd be alone and make it, but like it's fun because it's different than anything you would have expected. This is the same thing. Like this is the same thing. I'm like I did not expect it to go this direction, and it feels so cool. So I'm glad it hasn't been too arduous watching me stumble around and fall a little bit, but I am just thrilled with how this has turned out, and you've all been so cool. Now we actually have to like still make the thing and print it and do all of that stuff. But first book ever is gonna be so cool. Did I end up watching Miss Potter? I haven't watched Miss Potter yet. It's literally on a list. I think it's the next one on the list. I think it was going to be the Hail Mary Project, but I ended up reading that instead. So I think it's Miss Potter's next. I imagine your visit to the printer will be a bit different from hers. Okay. I'll be looking at that. Would have been giga mad when I couldn't find my PC. Oh, when I couldn't fix my PC. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Right. But you have that fixed now, right? You're not, because you said the mobile experience is brutal, Kia. Okay, so we're almost through. What do we got? 4 minutes to do this? We can do it in 4 minutes. Yeah, we can do it in 4 minutes. We can do anything in 4 minutes. Okay. We have this one right here. Basically done. We're just going to add the rest of the little army of goodness, which is right here. What do they look like again? No. Oh, where'd they go? Oh, you're here somewhere. There we are. Okay, so there's a bunch of them, so we just kind of need to like really stack them in there. So we'll just add somebody right here and somebody right here. And let's add a little beekeeper suit in yellow right here. Want some shadows. Yeah, fix it 2 days before it started. Oh, good. I'm glad you're thrilled with how the book is turning out. I mean, it's not just the book, it's the process. Like seriously, this is so cool. Like this is so cool. And I freak out about the state of the world and all of these things, and like, you know, will anybody want art when AI makes it, you know, like will libraries survive when you could just get AI to make you whatever you want, you know, make me a picture book about this with this. Like, why would I go to a library when I could just have exactly the book that I wanted? Or why would anybody, like, why I love libraries because I like libraries, but like, why would anybody go to a library when you could have exactly the book that you wanted? And that stuff kind of freaks me out a little bit, but like doing this together, like the process of making this together has made me so excited about just like, this to me is so exciting. Because we all have a book. It's not just like I have a book or the PFAS Coalition has a book. It's like we have a book right now, and that is something so cool. Oh shoot, there's more. There's all of these. Right. Oh, we were close. That's okay. We can still do it. We're still on time. We're still rocking it. We're still doing it well. Okay, so here we have, let's see, the penguins are up here, so we just need to quickly sketch them in. It goes penguin. This is just blackness. This is also just blackness. And then this is also just blackness. Plot twist. I'm a language model. Beep boop. I mean, you know what? That's like, actually, that's kind of scary. How do you actually know somebody's real? I hope, if anything, this has proved that I am not AI. The one beautiful thing is in a world that is slowly trying to kind of aim for that perfection or something like that, I think I am learning that I am thoroughly far away from it, which is, when you look at Instagram, not a good thing, but when you look at real life, kind of a refreshing thing. Okay, right there we have this, and then we're going to be adding little bits of our globe kind of around like this. Okay, very cool. So we'll start that right there. It's noon. It's time for the chickens to have some lunch or some water. We'll see what they like most. Oh my goodness. One of those days though, Look at us go. We are cruising. So I'm gonna zip inside, switch the chickens out, and then when we get back, it'll just be some quick little bits, adding in the rest of these. Got to do these pages. Got to do this page. See what gets torn. Got to do these pages. I suppose a few of these, and then let's see, that's done. That's fine. This one could use one. This one could use one. Okay, just a couple, and we'll do some typing. As Kip said, can I type on the typewriter? Well, when he will. As a person relatively new to art, this whole process of art has been such a joy to witness and participate in. Oh, I'm glad. I mean, and it's really, I mean, you really have, like, we have made a book. This is really cool stuff. And the real question is what happens when we try to print a book. But also, like, I often think about how the fact that you can't do your best by yourself, like with cross country or something. I do a lot of running in cross country, and it's a very solo sport, sort of. You know, it's kind of just you and often like some running, but I very quickly learned like you can't do your best by yourself. Like, you need teammates to kind of push you, and like even, yeah, losing in cross country often means that you will run your best time that you ever could, whereas winning means that you might win but you don't get your best time. And I feel like that's this case, is like doing this solo probably would be simpler, but it wouldn't make the best book. And in this case, the best book is the difference between doing super well for the, this amazing community, or not doing super, or doing mediocre. And it's like, this is, wouldn't have had it any other way, even though much scarier to do it on. There we are. We have chickens. Okay, and oh, they see me coming too. They're hyped. I love chickens so much. Okay, so true. All right, well, here is some chickens. I'm gonna go feed them some water and then run in to get lunch, and then we're gonna finish up all this. So I will see you after lunch. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta do an out to lunch thing. Let me just. Tommy's the best at fishing. I need a post-it note. Just gonna quickly type up out to lunch. We'll see if this is even legible at this font. Out to lunch. Please. Okay. Out to lunch, please watch the birds. Can I just stick that here? It's probably the part of the stream that takes the longest. Pommes frites for lunch. Ooh, how fancy. What is pommes frites in German, or is it just pommes frites because you're so close? Right there. Here we go. If I just do this, I think maybe that'll stick. Yes. Yes. No. No, no, no. Yes. All right. See you in a minute. Hello, birdie birds. Okay, you probably need water more than you need food right now, huh? You probably want both. I'll be right back. Okay, scoot out of the way first. Let me get some water. Hold on, it's getting there. Oh my gosh, hey. Give it a moment. I swear they're watered. Like this is not. We do feed and water these birds. Okay. There you go. What you looking for? There you go. carrot peelings. This is tasty stuff. Yeah, good. Now, yes. Hi. Okay. Hello. Oh, hey, no. Not. No, that was a finger, not a treat. You probably would have thought it's both. Okay, we have, and we're back. Hello. Okay, so, going first for lunch. Yes, that was to call them. You can always tell when you come out, the chickens go crazy. They'll balk at us too. That happens a lot. They'll be like, hey, come get us. Hello. Okay, let us get to it. Switch this over. We're gonna be doing some of these. Lickety split. Just gotta grab this. Let's see. We'll grab one of those. Okay. Nope. Burp. Are the chickens outside? Are the chickens on the outside wall of the house? Oh, our chickens are on the outside wall of the house and they get mad or want food. They peck the wall in the living room. It's so annoying. Yes. Well, okay, so for a while there, like when the kids were small, the chickens would make a bunch of noise and it was like it was waking up the baby. And I'd be like, all right, so I'd go outside and I'd feed them a bunch of stuff, or maybe they need water or whatever. Anyway, it would shut them up. And then I noticed they started like they would literally see me in the kids' room and they would be like, oh, oh hell no. And they made a ton of noise and they would just like squawk and I'd be like, shut up. And I come back in and then they would like get some food or some treat. It's amazing. It's amazing how much a tiny little something can get us to do anything. It's like, yeah, it's Pavlov is wild. A bell can get you to salivate. All right, we have this. We're moving, and we're moving. We're moving slower than I expected. I might have to do some work tonight, just for timing purposes, but it's gonna be okay. Okay, so we have this. Oh, kind of petered out to the end of this, huh? This feels exhausting, but I think that's a good sign. I think that's like, that shows that we're doing something well. Actually, oh my gosh, there's Winnie again. That is such a good emote. It's like Winnie taught people to donate her food. Yeah. Or I mean, or like how social media, there might not even be any money connected to it, but like literally you get more likes if you do something, and then all of a sudden people just like they'll be like, all right, cool, I'm a dancer now, like that's what I do because this gets likes, and it can change what people do. It's kind of wild. It's a little scary actually. Kind of, I don't know if the human psyche was meant to like handle that kind of stuff, but yeah, but this feels really good. I mean, like, and we're making a book. It's very cool. Just out of curiosity, if I can be so bold, this is a very small group right now. I think everybody's basically fed up or like can't handle anymore the philosophy and or book, but you're here. If Trailbound were to do like, I don't know. Well, okay, sorry. I should probably talk to Jen about any of this stuff first before I muse. Would you prefer to pay like a Patreon subscription or something, or buy a book? Like, how do you like to get your vegetables, I suppose? Do you like to eat them separately, or do you like to have them kind of blended in? Because this has been really fun. This is all going to support the National PFAS Contamination Coalition, which is good, and it should. Like, I'm hoping it actually raises some really good money for them. But like, would you? Someone's talking over there. But like, would you prefer to? Yeah, like, if I made more books, and we had a lot of fun with it. And then the proceeds went into Trailbound so that we could do more of the live stream and follow my grandma's sketches and stuff like that. Would you be interested in supporting that way, or just more directly, where it's like, here's a Patreon, or something like that, where it's like, yep, this money is supporting this, and I want you to know it. But books like can be actually pretty affordable, so you could actually get okay margins. You could get a book and support. Just a thought, putting it out there. I think having art and knowing I supported Trailbound Sketcher would be cooler than Patreon. Huh. Interesting. And would a book be cool? What's your take on books? And I'll be very open and honest here. Like prints are very cool, but also like a print is like a higher standard, Like Calvin and Hobbes to me is art. That book is not printed on anything super fancy. It is like the book itself that makes it really fancy, and I love it. But you can kind of get away with like not having a fancy book because it's like, oh yeah, this is a book, so it doesn't need to be fancy. Whereas like art prints, we have a high. Oh, you meant books? Okay, yeah. Like art prints, we have a high standard for prints, at least in Trailbound, and we keep it up. Like the prints we make are really fancy and very nice and on nice paper and stuff like that. But like, yeah, books like are, to be fully honest, like they're a much better margin. You can, I'm happy to buy a book for like $20. I do all the time, but like that book might only cost $5 to make. In physical cost, obviously, there's like a lot. You have all seen what it takes to make a book, but like, that's a $15 margin compared to like prints and some of that stuff, which might be different. But also, you can only have so many prints. You can have infinite books. You never have enough books. Just a thought. How much do you have to pay for shipping books, and how often? That's a good question. There's definitely things that can do it for like built into the cost. Like there's a bunch of print on demand spots. Sorry, I got emo hair going on here. Oh. There's a bunch of places that like do print on demand. So those are smaller batches, but they also mean that like they can print in other places. I think Amazon is the one that comes to mind right now, which I wonder if there's smaller, like more local, better ones. But like the print on demand ones, you can, like if you're in, say, Europe, they would have a warehouse in Europe, and then they just send the file and it would be printed in Europe and then sent, so that it wouldn't cost an arm and a leg to ship or all the tariff BS or any of that stuff. It would just be like, yep, cool, done. It gets there faster. So I think the shipping inside of things can be much more reasonable if you do print on demand, and then that way too, it like doesn't distract us from that. So we could do the making of the stuff and kind of focus on this, and then there's a whole system that prints these and sends these and does these. Probably cuts into your margins a little bit, but you could have them, and it'd be really cool. I don't know. It just kind of like the bells, the wheels are turning. Everything's turning. It's all very topsy turvy. But we could just make like really cool books, and then if we got enough people to get like a neat book, then perhaps that could help fund like the neat adventures, which in turn could lead to the neat books, which could then fund neat adventures. I feel like they could be kind of a good little cycle potentially going in that. And that's one of the first times I kind of thought about that. But I don't know if that's like, do you have too many books? Do you really need another book? I need another book. Gosh, I don't even read books, and I walk into a bookstore and I'm like, yes, I want all of these for when I start reading and get really into all this stuff. A little bit there. Okay, I am just adding a touch of the blue. I always need more books, especially picture books, if they're easier to read. Nope, same boat. Very much same boat. Interesting. We have to sell a lot of books at Amazon margins. Okay. Hey, Jen. Business ideas. Well, no, I was just thinking, yeah, just thoughts. But yeah, you would actually know. Jen is currently the only published author on the team with her very excellent book. Where'd I put it? Where'd you go? Was it in? I'm so disheveled right now. I don't know where anything is. Anyway, Jen just recently published a book, and so knows the knows exactly what's happening with all of those, which is very, very, very cool. But also, it sounds like it is a slog. But just kind of curious, yeah, curious and all curious in the community's take. I should probably also do some research. I know Aaron Blaze has also been working on books and card games and stuff like that, and but it could be a part of the pie. Yeah, yeah. Definitely a pie kind of a situation. All right, where are we? Have some big sketches that I needed to do. Oh yeah, here they are. We're gonna jump into these ones, and then we'll have our book and we can look at it, which would be great. Okay, so logo right here, and this one, if you remember, same deal. We've painted this little flowery thing here like 4 or 5 times now, so we're just gonna do it again. And then as long as it doesn't have to be a slog for you. Oh, so long as it doesn't have to be a slog for you. Yeah. I think that's what's intriguing is like uh and I don't know, well, let's see. There's lots of artists on here already. Aside from Kia, who pretends to be not an artist, but not an artist yet. Not an artist yet. You always got to toss that yet on the back of it. But I do feel like a lot of times artists fall into the trap where you end up being like, successful enough to do a thing, but then you end up just working for that thing. So like I made a mail club where I'd send out, letters, and it was like little cards. They were super super fun, and it did really well. But I had so many that was a big chunk of my job, and I wasn't very good at like organizing that. If I had been slightly better organizing, I might have been able to pull it off. But like it was a big chunk of my life, and I was doing less art. I do this one sketch, and then I became a shipper, and that was my job. Is I would just ship, and that was it. And so like it's funny, but it's like as artists, you can kind of become so good that you work yourself out of art, and then you just don't do art anymore. So trying to figure out a way to both pay for the art and also do the art is harder than you might think. It's kind of strange. Okay, so this right here this one's going to be a big one. Which page gets torn, by the way? At some point, there is a page that's going to be ripped. And I'm curious, this could be anything. Could be the flowers, could be here's our kind of options. Penguins, the trees, maybe the trees get ripped. That's kind of a nice, familiar one. Totally would support Trailbound. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Thank you. Well, you all do support us so well already, just with the encouragement, and the goal is very much not to make a pyramid scheme, or even the scammy things, but figuring out a way that the more people that think something like that positive feedback cycle, like with a book, but maybe something else too, where it's like, here's a book, it's cool, it leads to the money for the next trip, and the next trip leads to the next book, which is even cooler, which leads to more money for the next trip, which leads to an even cooler book. So like kind of like what is the second foot? Because if you have 1 foot, I guess you can hop, but if you have 2 feet, you can kind of fall forward and just keep on going. And a lot of my life has been 1 foot hopping from place to place, and now we have a team of 2, and like we have some big ambitions and lots of things, and so like yeah, as one is doing it, then the next is like, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. The analogy tickles my brain a little bit. Love books, they can be expensive, but they can be expensive. Totally. Yeah, that is the truth. The truth. Or you can make little books, tiny, tiny little books, like we're doing right here, which I think are also going to be kind of expensive. I think these things are, well, that's all right. We just got to make it first. Get right here. Even that's a little too dark, so we're just going to kind of dab that out. Lovely. Okay, there we go. That should do. Nice thing about these small ones, they go fast. Okay. Now, what we need right here is this right here. So this is a little bit of everything. It's gonna be similar to the other one. We have everything going. I'm gonna skip that one because that just feels like a lot. And we're gonna go here now. A little bit right there. Here we are. Done. What is the cover for the book? Oh my gosh. I didn't even think about that. I do not know. I do not know what the cover for this book is. I think at this point right now, the cover is going to be a painting we've already done. I think that's just kind of how it's going to roll. But I wonder if we should make like a separate cover or something. Yeah. Step 1, make the book. Step 2, make the cover. It's a bit like the thumbnail of a video, right? Like there's whole there's whole expressions. People do judge books by their cover. That's why they say don't. It's because people do. So we really got to get this one right, huh? We'll just do a little bit of this right there. And then we'll put just a touch of, oh, and what's really important, I just realized, oh, did we make a mistake? Are we going to be fine? Yeah, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, this one, no, we can't have any black like bars on this one because this is before the pages have been ruined in their entirety. Let's see, that's the way I've kept for the black cover. We should actually, I should add, that's a great idea. I should totally use that. I should totally use that there. Okay, so here's this one. There we go. All right, there's one of the pages. That's done. And now here we are to this one. Yeah, same deal. So a lot of stuff running, but yeah, it can't be black yet because it hasn't like landed in the pollution yet. Yeah. The back cover could be a kit painting. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think that's, yeah. I assume that's what you're talking about, Kia. I think it should. Kind of zoom in on some of those. He's quite animated about them. Okay, so here is this. What do I need now? I need to paint. Let's do it. Okay, here. Let's put a for the penguins. Put another penguin back here. This is what you call foreshadowing. So you kind of get a sense that these are the penguins, but they're a little ruined. And then we'll put the trees right here. And then we'll put the hot air balloon right here. And then we'll put, what else do we have? Put the flowers right there. Great, and then, okay, and then we'll figure out the rest of these there. I mean, must be cool for a kid. He'd be showing all the kids at day. He might be showing his kids any day. That's true. Wait, hold on. Whose kids? Kip's kids? He might be showing it to his kids someday or any day. Yeah, that's true. He is 3. He is tenacious, so this kid's might be happening soon. We need to keep an eye on him. Yeah, he's I mean, yeah, I love, he's had some pretty cool experiences, you know, at age 3. And I kind of love how like all of them are just sort of like normal. Like he's met Mark Ruffalo, sort of like he's acted with Mark Ruffalo, technically. He's technically helped make part of a book. But I kind of like how all this is sort of normal. Okay, the tree goes down here, another tree goes down here. But it is extra fun to have him in here. Okay, flower needs to go right there. So all of these get ruined. A little bit of, what do we put, some blue here or something like that? What are we doing here? Those are trees. That's a farmer's field. Yeah, maybe we leave that just kind of blue and we'll leave that one kind of blue. Penguins. Maybe we put the mountains in the background or something. We'll do some of this. Kind of make an Antarctic ice sheet. There we go. Nice and simple. Cool. Okay. That feels good. And now we'll kind of just toss a couple more in here. A bit of yellow or something. Right. He didn't understand things. One day he'll be old enough to understand, and that's when he'll be saying, "My dad is the coolest." Oh. Or he'll be like, "Where are my royalties?" Where are my acting credits? Where are my royalties? And then I'll have to come up with some answers real quick. And that's how I'll get sued by my son. There's that. And we'll skip the rest of those. Okay. So we got a few of those. This is the next big one. What's the tear? What are we tearing apart here? The penguins. We could tear the penguins out. That's kind of that would be appropriate. We could rip, any of these are fair game. We could rip the orca. We could rip the farm. Maybe the farm and the orca are next to each other. We could rip, let's do these two. Let's have these two next to each other, I think. The little flower and the orca. Or maybe the coral reef. No. Yeah, let's do like the orca and the little flower. Or the balloon. I'm thinking, because yeah, orca's pretty, I'm thinking balloon and little flower to be ripped, maybe. What do you think? Okay, little green bits right here. Oh, right, there's a bee. There's a bee, there's a bee, there's a bee, there's a bee. We gotta put the bee in. Right here, a little bee. I'll do that in a moment. Okay, so we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this. Scoot over here, get some of these done right now. And having this almost like the little cheat code, just to know, which is why we do this one first, where it's like, right, this is what comes next. All right, so we have all of these. And we're just gonna make these relatively simple. So this is the tree, this is the tree, this is the tree, that is the tree. The whale, I probably should have made that the whale. Still can. That'll be the whale. You'll be the tree. The reason I'll make this the tree is because look at all that blue. So anything else that's blue, we have so much blue in here, anything else that's blue will be kind of confusing there. Okay, so right here, right there, right there, right there. Trees, check. Whale, whale. I put right there. And then what else is there? There's the flowers. Yeah, maybe we'll do the flowers here. The repetition is key. It's so funny because it's like, I feel like we're drawing the same thing again and again and again and again. But like that is what you need. Also, thank goodness I didn't try to do this for the food bank fundraiser. Not something you can do in 24 hours. We figured that one out. Let's go back to this bee. A little bit of yellow right there. And let's see, there is the balloon. And maybe this page is kind of, put some kind of darker stuff in there too if we want. Maybe some blues, some purples. There we are. Okay, back to the flowers. Back to the flowers, back to the flowers, and onto the yellow right here. It feels silly. It feels like a lot of work for things that like shouldn't really matter. Like we probably could have left these pages blank and you still would have gotten the idea. But I am not painting for the audience. I'm definitely painting for that little kid that I was when I read these books. So we're just gonna sketch right through all of this. I am so looking forward to kind of getting back to like doing big paintings though. Or like at least paintings that don't have continuity. No, it's important. Okay, good, good. Yeah, you're right. It is important, and these things do matter. But I will tell you, I'm looking forward to getting back to paintings where it's like, yep, I can just paint however I want because it doesn't tie to any other page, at least not for a little bit. There. Now we're just gonna add a little bit right here, right up to the edge. There we go. And we'll do that on a few others here. Something like this, maybe one of these. Just rip, 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 tear, tear, tear. There we are. Thank you. Okay, and I need just a little bit right here, a little bit right here, a little bit right here, and a little bit up top. I don't like unfinished things. I love, well, how do my like unfinished sketches make you feel? Because I'm beginning really into kind of these like sketches lately where whether it's time or just you kind of like you almost leave like just enough of the sketch unfinished where you see where it came from. Does that stress you out? Because I would get it. I would definitely get it. Okay, a little bit of that or something like that. And then in here, we'll have, gosh, what are we missing? The penguins. Let's do the penguins. One penguin, two penguins, three penguins, and some mountains. Like that. Okay, a little bit of some purple. And let's go finish up our bee and flower sketch. Rack it forward. I'm honestly kind of shocked how familiar that one looks. Like that one you can kind of tell from anywhere. Oh, goodness. We almost forgot our very janky killer whale. What was I thinking? Speaking of unfinished things. Okay, just getting a little bit right here. All right, ta-da! There we have it. And here we go. One more, I think. I think this is it. I think this is actually the last little bits of detail, with the exception of the penguin's eyes. We will be going through all of these as a triple check just to make sure there's nothing left. That way we can feel confident that it's like wipe our hands of it. Okay, so right here, we need just a little bit of something here. Which ones are we gonna do? We do the flower. We do the hot air balloon. Hot air balloon shows up later on. The trees definitely show up. They're kind of a pretty one. This is a pretty big sketch here, so it kind of matters. Let's do the flower and let's do the hot air balloon, because I think the hot air balloon is kind of a fun one that will show up. And I think we need the flower because we need to show that it is whole and then gets dirty. So we'll kind of put those in right now. So here we go. Here is this little sketch right here. As a logical thinker, everything has to make sense. There should be a clear thread running through it. I can never skip the beginning and start at the end. I think my problem is that I have tried that before, and I have tried starting at the end before, like start at the beginning, and just like your ability to potentially hit it is so hard. So at least when you kind of start at the end, you know what you need to say to get there. But I definitely get it because it is a lot. It is a brain twisting kind of a thing. And we'll put a big mountain here, so you can kind of see. Okay, there we go. And now we'll sort of start to see that all of these were connected. I've learned essay writing by doing the conclusion first, so it's easier to have a red thread throughout. Yeah, I wonder how many. I feel like so many things are filmed and written and done that way. But then again, I think rules are meant to be broken, and there's some wonderful, just like wonderful stuff where it's just like some of my favorite stories are these ones that don't have like a clear ending, or begin like they what is it? They ramble so wonderfully. Like I love the stories that just ramble and just kind of let you have that wander. But those are hard to do too, because it's like you want to tie it up. Okay, so here we go. So we have our flower and we have our balloon, and then these are going to get ripped in half. So you can kind of see that, and then later on you'll see them. So that's what'll make this one so fun, is we'll see kind of the rip and the tear of doing that. All right, so a little bit here, and a little bit here. And we'll put both flowers in because later on they are both of these are going to get that like scuzzy, yucky stuff on them. Oh, definitely should have put the background in first. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, shoot. You know what? Easy fix. Toilet paper. Have you heard the word? Have I done a good enough job of sharing the good word of TP? Because, so good. All right, we're going to wait 10 or 15 seconds, let that dry. We're going to get the rest of these out. I'm going to work on some eyeballs, penguin eyeballs in particular. And I need a little tiny, itty bitty, little, one of these. There we go. It's a gel pen. These things are phenomenal. And kind of annoying too, but they're mostly phenomenal. So, okay, here's one of our scrap pieces of paper. Perfect. All right, right there. Need some little eyes right around. Oh, I can't believe we just free did that. Okay, great, perfect. There's that. Great. We'll call that done. That's exactly what I needed. All right. Glad we just went for that and didn't psych myself out. That is what these penguins look like, and they're adorable. Okay, and now we're back to this one. That Google Doc yesterday, for example, completely threw me off. My brain was about to explode. I didn't really know how to use it. The chart the chat feed is always lagging, so I have to translate what I hear into my own language in my head. Several people are editing the same sentence at the same time. Then I have to translate my thoughts back. And by the time I do it, they're always 3 pages ahead. A mess. Yeah, a mess, right? See what you did there, little kip reconnection. Yeah, I feel for you there. For me personally, it was like, this is great because like I get lost on those pages because for me it's like so, I don't know. I get lost in words. Like I can't, the comprehension is not there. As you know, as dyslexic, it's just not, the words go in, they don't click. So I have to put them in again and again and again. Eventually they'll click, but even then it's so frustrating. And Google Docs and stuff like that are just like nightmare fuel because of it. But it was really great to have some help. And we'll be getting into some of that. But yeah, brains are so cool. Like they're so different. They're so like, I love that our brains don't all work the same way. I think that's actually so magical. And just makes me like really starting to appreciate the different ways people work. Okay, tearing these pages out. That's looking good. All right, let's start to get some of these and let's start to move them around. This. Yeah, it's helpful, but a pure mess. Pure mess. Welcome to my life. Here we go. This is this right here. Let's go see what we're missing, if anything, and we're just gonna go give every single one of these a pretty good scrub. All right, I'll put them in order. This one. Oh, yep, already noticed some we're missing. We need the rest of this green. Let's add that in. Gotta highlight our little B right there. That little B. Okay, right there, going across, going around, going through. Okay, there we go. And done. This one, well, we could be missing a lot of things here, but for the most part, see, I'm seeing hands, paws, everything seems relatively colored in. This one, yeah, it seems relatively colored in. I suppose we could put a bit of blue around one of these pages, because technically none of them are blank. There we are. Page, colored in. Oops, sorry. There we go. Page, colored in. So we're all set right there. On Saturday, I'm going to buy several tubes of paint on my first limited palette. So hyped. Exciting. Welcome to the limited palette life. I wish you luck. It's a good thing, though. Yeah, having less is often more. Okay, let's add some hair here. Which colors are you going to pick, though? Okay, a little bit of hair there. We're going to leave these. Leave those. I feel pretty good about the rest. This one. That feels relatively done. I don't know. The shadows there. The eggs kind of pop off the nest, but I kind of like it. I don't think I need to add more shadows to them. Which leads us to this one. Page, colored in. Cat, cow. Speaking of stepping in poop. Right there. We have this one right here. Wow! We have this one right here. Yep, there's a flower page, colored in. Cat, all set. These pages, let's put a little bit of blue on there just to have it. Some spackled eggs, maybe? Well, we could do that. Hello, all. Welcome, Cursed Jar of Bees. Oh, one of my favorite usernames. My mom was trying to explain Twitch to a friend and how usernames and things work. And I used your username as an example. She said, can you just like, are those given to you? Or can you choose yours? And I said, yes, you can choose anything you want, including somebody who chose a cursed jar of bees. Okay. Let's see. And then we have the whale. Whale is basically done, so I think we're set on that. Everything else looks good. You think we need to do eggs? You think we need to do spackly eggs? I don't know. Really? Spackly eggs are cool. There's a chance that it goes wrong. I'm gonna put it in the think about it pile. All right, here's this one. This I think is basically done. Yeah, I think we're good on this one. This right here, we have our thing painted in. Cat, check. Fish, yep, good. Here we have, let's see, we gotta look at this one carefully. Let's put a little touch on the hat maybe. There we are. Yep, we have the one blank page. A lot of the blacked out pages are in good shape. Art can't go wrong. It's true, but sometimes art needs to be remade. Oh boy, okay, we'll try it out here. I love the water with the coral. Did you use salt to give it texture, or does it have granulation? That's just no salt. That right there would just be, well, let's see. Here it is, real close up. Yes, that's just different paints. Sometimes I don't use the same brand paint, so they kind of granulate because they don't know how to play together. And then this is just like a little spackling, basically. Okay, are we putting dots on these eggs? Let's put some dots on these eggs. All right, hope you're happy and are ready. Okay, we're gonna put a little bit of purple. Let's start with a couple little spats. Here, here, and here. Oh, that's very light. And then we're going to come back in just a second once it's dry. And then whale needs eye. Oh, yeah. This whale? I think it's got that. The eye is right there. Can you see it? I think we're good on the eye. What do you think? And then tell me, Snark. So you're using a limited palette, getting used to mixing with limitations. It's going to be a fun journey. So how limited is your palette? What are we talking about here? This one right here. Let's see. Kid, cat, that right there. We have a painting, so we're set on that. This one right here. Let's see. We're looking to the side. Everybody is colored in, so we're set there. These are very much not in order, by the way. Here we go. Lemon yellow. Quinacridone gold, or quinacridone rose, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, Payne's gray in my pan right now. That. Can't imagine what else you'd need. There's so much else you'd need. Oh my gosh, go to a paint store. They'll take like your house. This feels pretty good. No face on the baby, no face on the mama, but that's fine. We'll be okay. Nobody has a face anyway. Yeah, but okay. Here we have walking, pages are painted in. Let's see. Penguins, we got the eye. I don't think I'm gonna put the eye on the other penguin because I think it's kind of looking away enough that you wouldn't see it. But we got our balloon because that's feeling pretty good. I'll move back here. I'm just gonna add a little bit to this one right here. A little bit of touch of brown in the mountains, perhaps. And then later on, this actually gets, both of these get ruined a little bit. So by showing this part now, you'll see that you lost part of it too. Really quick. And then in this one right here, I'll be looking in seconds. Let's see, I go right there and 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 here and there and here and there and there. We're done. Okay, there we go. Let that dry. Dab. Let's see. I sort of like putting faces on them. I sort of like not putting faces on them for children's books. It makes it easier to imagine themselves as the people in there. Yes, Curse Jar of Bees. I like that take. I'm gonna pretend like I did that on purpose, instead of that I'm just deathly afraid of drawing faces. I'm gonna miss the many colors, says Snark. Oh yeah, indigo over Payne's gray. Yeah, it is a struggle. It is a struggle. Okay, here we go. This is looking pretty good. I think that's basically all of it. Yep. Here we have here. We're in good shape there. I'm not seeing anything. Maybe a seagull or two. Let me put a seagull or two. I'm thinking especially like I like the seagulls stealing the pages. So I think I might put that in pen just because it's so small. So here we go. So seagull here, and then a bigger seagull, I don't know, up here. And there we go. So you can kind of see, maybe you can kind of see that one right there has a page. Because later on, when it gets to the balloon, you'll see the balloon as a page. All right, this one right here, oops, we have, yeah, we're in good shape. Don't see anything hugely missing. Seeing you mix beauty so beautifully with your limited choices, it was a treat. A treat or a necessity for me. But you know what? They're kind of the same thing, like in a lot of ways. There's beauty in griping about being a minimalist by accident, which is sort of where I'm at. And second, no faces. I see the no faces route. Characters have so much personality. Love it. I love it. Okay, so we have these. Let's see. This one, everybody seems relatively drawn in, except for this one right there. You almost got away. You would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you rascally kids in that mutt. Okay, a little bit here. Too green. Way too green. All right. So there's that. Splash. Oh yeah, and then there's these right here. Well, let's put a little army of goodness down here or something like that. Let's put 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll finish that up in just one moment. Back to the eggs. All right, here we have spackles. They feel good. They feel good and spackly. Yes, and here you have, okay, so here you have the bird flying back to the balloon with the painting of the balloon. So that ties up that angle. Just checking down here, let's see, I think we are in good shape. There's the hair, it looks all dry. Check. And checking back over here, looks like everything's dry, should be set. And then once more, back here, yep, the ripping and the tearing should be relatively set. Let's add a touch in the bottom of that flowers. Just like, don't need much, just like a little bit right there. Kind of wash that out. There we go. All right. Whew. And then, let's see. What was this one? Do we need any major changes? I can't remember. Was this good? The fluffy tail? Oh, yeah. In this one? I really like that. Yeah, I think that works very well. Okay, once these are... Oh no, that one was not dry. Okay, this one right here. We're set. The cat could potentially use a little bit more painting in, but I don't think so. We should be in good space. This one right here, it looks like we have everything being thrown up. Those hands could use a little bit of color. I mean, I'm pale, but I'm not that pale. Yeah, sometimes I'm that pale. At the end of an Alaskan winter, I am that pale. The variety of perspectives are so exciting. Great for kids. Yeah, I think the perspective should work. I think the scope and the scale too. I think we have like a good, I think we got something here. Obviously got to write it, put that all down, but like, we're in some pretty good shape. Okay, this one right here is feeling pretty good. Suppose we could put a bird or two in the background. That's always kind of fun. When in doubt, bird it out. One bird. Two birds. Okay. And what else do we need here? This one, oh yeah, these two don't have any pigment in their face. Once again, not too far from the truth, but like, just for the sake of my ego, let's maybe put a little bit of something. There we are. Everything else done. That one should be finished. This one, oh yeah, these little guys, we gotta get the little army goodness. And done. All right, this one. I don't see anything major, unless of course we want to put the ubiquitous bird. I love it too, because you can just make them so small. Like, that's still enough. It still counts. Oh yeah, and so here, look, you have, so this is the ending, and a seagull's already started to run off with this last page. I really like. This one feels pretty good. Think everything's set. This is the back of the page. That would be white. Check. Right here. I think we're good now. Oh, you know what? Let us put a very small bird. Ooh, too dark. Too dark. Can I fix it? Nope. It is the way it's going to be. All right. And we'll put a second bird just to try to fix the first bird, but that's okay. Sometimes you have little weird birds. You're back. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello. Oh, the Soup Group Love has returned. Welcome. Okay, well, I think we're fully illustrated here. I'm just going through we're going through like the last little bits just to make sure all the detail is set, and then I can lay it out for you. And I think we have a story. We have words for our story too. So let me just and check this out too. Check this out. So all of these add up to this one big picture. Here, you'll see the whole thing. We just kind of go through this little stack really quick, and then we're there. Also, how was the stream? Crochet, knitting. What are we doing here? I feel like there's something very cool last time. Okay, and it is, yeah, no, it is. Oh, hold on. How do I do this? Give shout out. You were knitting. Oh, amazing. I got a lot done today. Perfect. I'm in like a funny spot right now where it's like it feels like we're either getting a lot or nothing done, and I can't decide quite which. But it's moving. We're just adding like the last little details that we're missing. So like earlier, like I need to add a couple little birds here and there. And earlier I added like the eye of the penguin, which is what the song really should be, the eye of the penguin, because they're much cooler than the eye of the tiger. But let me see if I can find it for you. It's a very good eye of the penguin. I was very, very thrilled with my my penguin. Where'd you go? Yes, look at that. Look at that free-handed penguin eye. Bam. But if everybody here doesn't already, you should go follow the new Soups, your daily dose of fiber arts and goodness. I haven't caught one of your streams yet, but I'm really excited to. I finally just followed. All right, so this one, I think we're all set. I'm just looking. Everything should be in place. Yes, we're in good shape. This one, yep, the ruined piece, check. The ending, check. This is the semi-ending, check. And then, see, that needs to be blank, so we're good on there. That's a pretty, like I said, Alaskan winter, basically just like a pale, pale, pale face, but let's give it a tiny bit of color. This one is in good shape. And then we're gonna type out everything. We've got an old typewriter, so we're gonna actually type out a bunch of our text, see how it all kind of lines up here. Just a little tiny bird right there. Okay, birds, check. First page, check. And I think we've actually gone through all of these already. Wow. Okay, so here we are. Love the typewriter touch. It'll be good. Yeah, it'll be good. So here's the, I haven't named it. What should we name the typewriter? It's a 1970s Singer. So it's the same brand that makes that makes like the sewing machine. Speaking of which, speaking of fiber arts, it's a sign. Anyway, this is a 1970s Singer. Tiny little travel typewriter, which is hilarious because this thing weighs at least 15 pounds maybe. But you know, because it doesn't weigh 30, so there's something there. But the plan is to, yes, start stitching these together and figuring out how that works. We got to figure out the word piece of this. But yeah, we'll see. I've been on weekly lecture tours about water management from a community and found out the wastewater plant may be reducing or reconforming the chemical structure of the forever chemicals when they incinerate waste. Interesting and also scary, and apparently a point of study now. Hopefully, like a good point of study, like they figured out a solution. The problem with forever chemicals too is like they're everywhere. So it's like even if we fix putting them out there, they're still there. But it's like you got to start by stopping putting them out there, right? All right, so all these need to be in order now. So let's quickly 37, 40, 30, 29, 28, 24, 36. Oh boy. I thought like numbering them would make things go faster. I do not know. I do not know if that is going to be the case. And we're really about to find out here. 9, 13. Is anybody good at playing solitaire? Because I feel like your skills could really be used right now. 25, 31. And I just need to we're just flying through here. Let's see, 36. I love solitaire. This is a new version that I've created for myself called Make a Book Bigger Than You Can Function. And it's a dream. Okay, 43. My gosh, there's so many pages. Whose idea was this to make a massive book? This is, I think we tried to make a little one too. It's called a little, what is this? Oh, this is an extra page too. It's called A Little Story About Forever, and this is becoming quite a big one. Okay, we need 39. We need 34. Look at that run going on right here. Oh yeah, still, let's see, the study still trying to figure out if that is happening at all, but came up, let's see, they have solid waste after processing it, sometimes used for land application for fertilizer, but with the revelation of PFAS being in there, some places are regulating against now, which is jumping the gun because we're not sure how much would affect the fertilizing capabilities, and then unused waste might go to the landfill anyway. Oh, wild. Anyways, wastewater management is actually sick as hell and highly recommend people learn about it. It's cool stuff. Like the Romans are all about, plumbing, and it's like, wow, that's amazing. And like what we do is so much more cool. Like, for the most part. Not everybody gets that, but I'm glad that you're getting your wastewater management kick. I feel like more people should be invested in those things because they really do matter. All right, here we have almost our entire thing. Let's see, where's 32? You're about to see a book happen here. I hope you're ready. 24. Here we are. That's 36. Do we have a 37? Can I have 37? I don't know if we do have a 37. We do have a 37. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. All right. You're so ready? Okay. Prepare yourself. Here we come. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You found at the lecture that the earliest example we believe to have indoor toilets was actually from Scarabray, the Neolithic settlement, coast of Scotland. Yeah, crazy. Basically, Scarabray just like opened up one day. Like there's like a landslide, and there's like, oh my gosh, like a house, like an old house. So cool. My eyes are peeled. Oh, and as the presenter said, of course, they figured it out. No one wants to go outside and use the bathroom when you're in the far, far north winter. Yeah, actually, like I've been to Fairbanks. I've stayed in some real cold cabins. I never quite appreciated the pee bottle until winter camping, and now I am all about the pee bottle. Okay, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, and now we just have 4, 3, 2, 1, and 11, and 12. Boom! There we have our book. All right, but not really because we changed one thing, so I just need to quickly tweak it. It's from the highest peaks to the bottom of the sea, so it's really quick. I just need to go. Let's see. From the highest peaks to the bottom of the sea. So this one is actually right here. And there we have the book. Okay, boom. After living with an outhouse for a long time, I actually thought the opposite. Who thinks it's a good idea to poop in the house? That is a true Alaskan. Thank you, Chelsea. Super on time, Soup's raid. This is awesome. This is great. Okay, here we go. So that is the ending. So we kind of need to go in the beginning. How do we want to do this? You want the words? I'm going to give you the words, and then we're just going to flip one up and go, like I'm going to show you like this, I think. Just like that. Yes. Okay, here we go. Let me pull up the words. Here we have Google Doc. That has been quite a time. It has some changes that I think I still need to like, so pardon me if it takes me a second to kind of scoot around. Where is my Google Doc? Oh, there's a lot of Google Docs. Hold on, let me just quickly. Oh, there's a lot of Google Docs. Oh boy. Oh no. My tabs would make somebody with OCD have to be institutionalized. It's bad. Okay. I'm just literally finding my mouse. There we go. Okay, and here we are. All right. And here's the goal. So anyway, the book is called Little Book About Forever, and here we run. We're just gonna. Oh, you think the sunrise picture to make a good cover? Yeah. Everybody, keep in mind, one of these is gonna be a cover. So I need some suggestions. So just keep that in mind while you're looking at this. All right, here we go. Reading through it. Page 1. Page 1. Can we, yeah, it's gonna be like written like this in typewriter. There's gonna be basically 2 color fonts. So you're gonna realize who the dad is, who the kid is, and who the narrator is. So you just kind of have to know. It says, Dad, can we go on an adventure? No, not now. I need to finish painting this book. Can I help paint? Not right now. I just have 1 page left. Dad, look behind you. Not right now. I need to... ... Splash. My book is ruined. All that work wasted. It took me forever. Rip, 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 or tear, 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 or rip, 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 rip. Haven't quite decided yet. Took me forever. A mess. Well, I may as well just throw it away. The kid says, don't litter. I'm sure we can fix it. We just need to find all the pages first. Start with little steps. I'm sure I saw one over there. And I'm sorry, and this is the dad. I'm sorry I got so mad. It was supposed to be a big picture of the world for you. Things that might have changed forever or be lost. What's forever? Like a whole day? You know, forever. Like forever and ever. So long that you can't imagine anything else. Like this picture will probably be ruined forever. Look at those stains of that all that pollution. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Do we skip a page? Oh yeah, hold on. Almost missed a page. There we are. Yuck. So forever is just a really long time. Like finding all these pages will take forever and ever. And ever and ever and ever and ever. And ever and ever. And if it gets dark, how will we ever find them? You should ask for help. From who? I can't see anything. Look, over there, a light. I bet they could help. Are you missing this page? You found it. Thank you for letting our way. And then what's going on here? There's a lot of changes here. I haven't check through all of these here, but I will. This is page 20, sorry. But where do you go from here? There's so many missing pages and no hope of finding them all in this dark. Don't underestimate the power of a little light in a sea of darkness. It shines brighter than you might think, and seeing it, others will find you, and that light will multiply. And soon, the whole forest will be illuminated, and you'll be able to find your way out of that darkness. Then that light will lead you to more helpful people, a little army of goodness, who are trying to fix things as well. From the top of the highest mountains, to the bottom of the oceans and the most colorful coral reefs, from the birds above to the birds down below. Oh, from the birds high above to the birds down below. From the tallest trees to the smallest flowers and the biggest fields. From the things we eat to the places we live. Wastewater management, look at that. Like incarnate, because the sewers actually have a lot to do with like the transfer and spread of PFAS and stuff like that. To the places we live, not in the sewers, but to the places we live, from across the world and right back home again. And then the kid says, look, the last page. I think we found all of them. We're just missing the page right there. Can I help paint it? Let's see. There we go. Can I help paint it? Say, of course, I know just what we should sketch. That little army of goodness. Or together we can make a difference. Still up in the air. All done. It will say splash too. And oh no, a mess. You know, sometimes cleaning up a mess can be a great adventure. The end. And never like having an adventure in the cleanup of the mess. Anyway, that's loosely where it is right there. That be the book. How about using the earth sketch as the cover? Ooh, that could be a good cover too. So like that's the plan. I mean, still a lot to go on it, and like still little tweaks to happen, but essentially that's it. It feels like childish to read it like that, but it's also, I feel like, the best books do, and it's just because it's not in book form yet. Like as soon as it's in book form, it's like acceptable. Like if you read a children's book without a book form, it'd be like, what is happening here? So that's the next steps, is actually putting it in book form. So let's give that a little test right now. I'm gonna pull the words up and let's pull the typewriter out. Boom. And we're gonna be doing, let's see, I think we're gonna do this on trail tiles. Let me go see if I can find some. The irony is if I was out of trail tiles right now, which I might be, oh dear, am I really? That is tragic if that's the case. No way, hold on. I literally make little sheets of paper, and for some reason I might, oh my gosh, I hope not, I might be out of them. Oh no, what am I gonna do? To cut some more. Okay, well, that's fun. Let's see. All right, I will find more. But in the meantime, let's see how many kind of lines of text we can get on, because that is going to be the real test. Also, thank you all. That is so kind. We have a little book, but now we need to like actually make the little book. Oh, also, sorry, there's like an entire second piece. Order from the Trailbound store. Yeah, I know, I probably should. Jen, send me trail tiles. I think I have a box here. We'll find out. So the words are going to go here. And then this is going to be a little illustration of like what is the below sketch. So in between everything, there's going to be a sub illustration. So between this one and this one, there'll be a sub illustration of like the cat on the ground or something like that, or the dad sketching and a silhouette. So the black and white below, words in the middle, color above. So that will kind of lead between from one to the other, to the other, to the other. Let me see. Okay, so theoretically, and I'm just going to pull up the text here. I don't know if we have enough like word capacity. So that's going to be the other thing. Is this is about the right size? Okay, so this is about the right size. Let's just tack this into here. And we're going to see if we can. Yep, okay, it works. So we're going to see if we can actually move. Yeah, I can't get too low. Ooh, that's going to be a problem. So I might need just like thinner paper. I might just need thinner paper. Maybe, what do I do here? Problem solving. We can do this. We can be problem solvers. How thin of thin paper do I need? Let's find out here. Where I just had a sheet of something that I just tossed somewhere. I'm literally surrounded by paper in my studio, and let's see. Okay, I need some paper. We're gonna need some paper. We're gonna need some medium thick paper. Where did I? There we go. Okay, so this right here. This is thick. This might be the exact same thickness. Can I roll this through? Oh, I can, but it's a struggle. Okay. Okay. There's some potential in something like this. Let's see. So once I... Okay. That'll work. Slow, but it's, yeah. It's doing it. All right, who's ready for some typewriter ASMR? Oh yeah, also, yeah, there is updates about the book. There's a little sign-up form once we figure out what we're doing with it. You're the best. And there's a, oh yeah, Flan, you'd actually know. Okay, there's a little trick for typing on small bits of paper. Give me a minute to figure it out and describe it. Flan is like an actual typewriter guru, so this is very convenient to have in the form. We're just gonna test this out. This is not the right size, so that wouldn't work. And what I want to do is I want to print this. I want to make these on trail tiles, which are like this. These are trail tiles. They come in a little tin. We make them, and they're fun. But because I want this little rounded edge, but if I can't get it, I might have to make my own little rounded edges, which is doable. It is doable. So let's see. Let's just try out. Yeah. Okay. Let's just try out. Let's try out a little bit of just a test run here. So let's say page 1. Okay, and here we go. Maybe. Here we might go. So here, if you want to see what it looked like. Okay, be saying, what is it? Page 1 is Dad. Can we go on adventure? Dad. Oh, lowercase. All right, already messed that one up. There's gonna be a lot of this, but here, let's see. Let's try it out. Can we go on and question mark? Where's my question mark? And then it would be a double, and then not now. Oh, interesting. I did double and it didn't. Oh, yeah, see? So this paper is pretty thick, so I think that might be an issue. I think that's definitely gonna be an issue. Okay, so we need something slightly thinner. Yeah. Okay, well, an attempt is made. We're gonna get there. We're gonna figure this one out. Let's see. Yeah, those little scrapbooking clippers that give you rounded edges would be convenient depending on what you're looking. Do you mean? Reaches heavily. Do you mean these things? Ta-da! Because I have one of those. Okay. Yeah, and so what this does is you just grab this right here and you go clip, and bam! Look at that. Beautiful. So the plan is then to like say this worked. and I liked it, we would then just, well, the top would be ripped, and then the bottom, I just clipped those, and I can make it look like it was scrapbooked. So it'd be in good shape there. Okay, I need to run super quick. I'm gonna go see, I think I have the right paper. Ooh, what's this? Either from me or a child. I'm gonna go, I think I have the right paper. I'm gonna go sprint inside, see if I can find it. Everybody behave yourself. I'll be right back, and the typewriter ASMR will continue. Okay, good news, bad news. The good news is I think there's a solution. The bad news is I don't know if I have it. Let's see. So you're gonna rip the top and look the top, and do you have to do that without tearing or bending the paper? Asking because it's sometimes this is sometimes a thing I want to archive, but depending on the type of paper, as much as method. Oh, interesting. So my plan is like, basically what's going to happen with this is we don't have the luxury of time because I need to get this to the printers like by this week, not basically this week. The full finished everything has to get to the printers this week. And I don't know if I have time to like put everything on a computer, spell check it, do all of that. So I think I kind of just have to do it like just physically put it all together now and then scan it and get it over to them. So the plan is to just like physically put together these pages, scan them, send them off. No, nothing fancy, nothing like anything. It just send them off. That's what's gonna happen. So hey Kip. So the 3-year-old has entered the studio. You're coming to talk in the microphone? So basically this has to be done. So I think what I need to do is actually need to go buy the right, yeah. So not only do I need to just I'll tape. Not only do I have to tape all of these there, find the right paper to type the words are, but then I need to draw this on here perfectly for 40 something pages in the next day and a half. So shoot. Hey, Kep. You talking on a microphone? Here, you want to do some typing? You can do a tiny bit of typing, and then I think I gotta go to the store. Yeah. So that's what's gonna have to happen. I think what I need to do is I need paper that I can type on that's good enough for this. There you go. Sorry. I need paper that I can type on that would work for here, and I need paper that I can draw on that's a 5x7 that I can create and scan. So yeah, ask for help, right? It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna work out. It's gonna work out. Yeah, it's probably gonna work out. So far I've done everything on stream. I might have to do parts of these off stream now. But the typewriter's right here. Here, I've got a page, I'll put it on for you. Okay. What are you gonna type for us today, Kip? You wanna put the page in? Alright. Let me get you a page that you can put in. Okay. Not that page. I love that page though. That's a nice one. Let me find you a sheet of paper. Okay. Are you gonna talk while you type writing? Here, I'll put the microphone on you. Okay. Here's that. You wanna come up? You do have a radio right there? Okay. There you go. This is Kep. He is the one in the book. Well, he's the one in the film. The book is supposed to be just about anybody. Like, you should be able to see yourself in there, but for thick paper, you can still have it. But the typewriter paper is not quite as good as
Hello.
watercolor.
Who's here today?
Oh, lots of people. The new soups. Can you say hello to the new soups?
I know soup.
There you go. Okay, you wanna do some typing?
Yeah.
All right. You want it first? You gotta put the type. So twist this in.
Hey.
Other way. Other way. Other way. Yeah. Come on. Oh, and then stop. Okay. Okay. All right. Now you can type your heart's content. Hold on this way. This, you can just hold on to that right there. That'll just clip right there. Okay.
Ready?
All right, go for it. I think that type really hard. Oh, maybe too hard. Yeah, really gently. Okay, L, nice. Okay, type one thing really hard. You're getting close. Here, try again. Type another one thing really hard.
Ready?
Yeah, that worked. Uh-huh.
There's it.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
It's there. Here, watch. Keep on typing, and then I'll go through. Or, there, I got you. Okay. Type a couple more letters. Maybe just one at a time. You can put your hand on it like this, and then press down really hard. No. One finger.
Ready?
Well, yeah. Yeah, almost. Here, start. Put your hand right there, and then press down really hard. Yeah, I think so.
I'm ready.
I think so.
Will you hold that with that?
Oh, caps lock? Yeah.
And then ready. Like this, I go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And now, when you're ready, here. Now.
I'm ready.
Uh-huh. There you go. Very nice. Very nice.
I'm gonna. There you go.
Okay. I'm going to do one more line of type because my arm's getting tired because you are very heavy.
Okay, ready.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yes, that's it. We're doing it now. I'm very curious about what you typed. What are you trying to type?
Forever. Uh-oh. Yes. Yeah, forever.
Okay, yeah. Twist it all the way out, and then we'll grab it, and then we'll see what it said.
It says hap.
Okay, here. Okay, let me see here. Oh, what happened here?
Then video gone.
All right, there we have it.
What did it say?
It says, and I quote, let's see, there we go. Yep, it says forever and ever. Yeah, yep, yeah, forever and ever and ever and ever. Well typed. Nice work. Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna still talk on the radio.
Okay, you can talk on the radio? Sounds good. Radio station kept. Okay. So you found a very small microphone which she talks into. I think where I'm at right now is I need to take a quick run to the store. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get the right supplies. I'm gonna hopefully get everything all squared away. Maybe, yes. But I'll bring it into the house for you. Yeah. Here, you get it ready. I'm gonna go sign off here in just 1 second, and I'll bring it into the house for you. Okay. Okay. So he's running into the house. I am gonna go get some paper. But today, so yeah, tomorrow it all goes together. But today, we have an entire book. We just read it out loud. That is very exciting. All right, bye. Be careful. He's gonna take him to the house. But yeah, the next day or two, this would really come together. Super excited to hopefully show you like the actual book. If you're interested, we have a fun Discord channel. You can get there by signing up for the newsletter, and then the email comes in that. And then of course we'll be back at it again tomorrow, nice and early, 9 o'clock Alaska, 9:30 Alaska time, and that is hopefully when we actually have the pages physically starting to be put together, which will be pretty cool. So we'll be tossing those down, and yeah, and then putting all the rest there, getting those final illustrations done, and then typing in just a little bit more of the text, and then calling it a thing. So thank you, Kia. Just put the Trailbound side into the Discord, or into the Twitch chat. But anyway, thanks again for all the encouragement and like help troubleshooting all this and just straight up writing and suggestions and everything. We have a book. It's so cool. We have a book. We're holding onto a book. 2 more steps. 2 more really big steps. But like 2 more steps, and then we're good. And I think it's gonna happen. So have an amazing night. I will bid the YouTube side good night, and then we'll go read somebody else here.